T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward link now at ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the one. Body and beats, I stain my sheets, I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end, she is starting to cry. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the one. When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. When I'm a walking, I strut, I stop, and I'm so strung out. And I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Body and beats, I stain my sheets. I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end. She is starting to cry. When I'm walking, stop, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we like to buy and hold. That's right. Screw them hedgies. I screwed it all up this morning. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Danny got me all in a fluster this morning. I'm trying to fix Danny's mistakes over here. I'm going like, I can't do this. I can't fix things, Danny, at the same time and do the intro. I can't multitask. That's all right, man. It's not a problem. This is where we like to buy and hold. ADD, buy, hold, ADD. Screw hedgies, something. Oh, man. This is how an ADD mind works, guys. I can't multitask. It's like focus on this or focus on that. It's one or the other. Take a pick. You can't just choose. Let's get down to the meat of what I wrote down today. Bank of England to the rescue. Hello, Gov'nor. Pay the fare or pay the price is the key word here. Key words. And then also Salty Dog says, I saw the 142K price with FINRA. What does that mean? What was that, an error? It's a good question. I don't know. That's a great question. A lot of different agencies are pulling their numbers from different places, and they get, sometimes some kind of reporting error happens in one location and it screws everybody up. I'm still laughing over the inside my head about the messing up. I want to give me a second here, guys. I just want to make sure that not an AMC video clickbaiter got banned here. I just want to make sure. I don't know if it was removed or banned. Give me just 1 second here, guys. I want to make sure. Actually, video, not an AMC video clickbaiter. If you can just type in a message, just wave at us or put a period in to let us know you're still alive and you can talk in here. I want to make sure you didn't get shut down. And if you did, I want to make sure that I can make sure that we can all see you again. Just deleted? Okay. Good morning, you filthy apes. ADD. One of these days I'm going to start it off and just be like ADD. ADD. Oh, man. Yo says it's a glitch. It said 142,000 for 400 shares, so actually like 350 share would be nice if it wasn't a glitch. All right. I quite honestly, guys, I don't know how people in Europe are feeling about the Bank of England being to the rescue on this whole issue. For those of you who didn't read about it, I think I had Jana at least notify me about it, but I mean it was all over the place. I read it off yesterday in the later portion of the afternoon. You want to know why? You want to know why the markets were green yesterday? I thought they were going to be red. I mean, the title for the day yesterday was "Hold Your Breath." We were looking like we were going to have like one of the most awful red days we'd seen in a while, and I told you guys to hold your breath, and you didn't have to. And that's because Bank of England stepped in here. Pension funds would have collapsed today without BoE action with mass insolvencies. I'm telling you right now, guys, you would have seen catastrophe in the markets had they not stepped in and done what they'd done. It was on the verge. It was on the hairy edge of watching worldwide markets just tumble. And so some places this article is saying, this is bottom another 2 weeks. I didn't make it up, guys. It says it. Legit says this may have bottom another 2 weeks here. We'll see how long that works. Let me see here real quick. And they did say, there's another thing too that they said that they would bail these pension funds out at all costs, which I find to be quite interesting. Gorilla Gardener, it's just you. Okay, somebody let Gorilla Gardener know it's just him. Okay, Yo did. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, if you want to, the last time Barclays was the one that prevented the VIX from being destroyed last time with injection into the market of a couple billion. I think it was in the order of like I want to say it was like 17 billion or something like that. I don't remember how much it was exactly, but they a month in advance they injected 17 billion more than they were supposed to. They somebody accidentally injected 17 billion into the market to keep things from blowing up, and now we got Bank of England stepping in and doing something again. Looking at the VIX right now, in the pre-market, I was looking at it when I first woke up this morning. The pre-market's actually showing the VIX up 2.13%, and some of the different indexes are showing down anywhere from 0.75% to 1.25%. So I mean, it's kind of Dow Jones is showing down 0.7 right now in the pre-market, so it's not looking good. They may have said 2 weeks that the bailouts would last for, but as it stands right now, things are still not looking all that great. Buzz and Buzzman says, Great Britain, we saw it coming, I suppose. Dominoes are falling. House price reduction alerts on my phone are pinging off now like crazy. Yeah, man. So what's interesting to me? I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of perspective here. Do you guys remember? Do you remember the? Let me look at what the name of the act was again here, because off the top of my head I'm not gonna remember it. But let me. What was it called? Chips and Science Act. It was called the Chips and Science Act that was just recently passed. It was $52.7 billion. Our government decided to vote a Chips and Science Act of $52.7 billion for companies in the semiconductor industry to support them. Companies that make phones, for example. I don't know. There's a shortage. There's been a shortage for a while. Although I've heard it's eased up as of recently, but there's been a shortage and a run on graphics cards for a while. A lot of chips involved in making a graphics card. Let me ask you guys: do you truly and honestly believe that with a chip shortage, that there is a need for $52.7 billion going into that sector? But I'm going to tell you a theory that I have. I'm going to tell you a theory, and I'm going to sell you something here that I think you might get. It might start to make some sense. I've told you guys before that I've lived through the 2000, the dot-com bubble, the 9/11 crash, and the 2008. I told you I've lived through all that, and I've seen things, right? I've seen the markets do crazy stuff. There's always been one thing that has preceded that, and a lot of you guys said like, well, what do you think? I told you before that I said one of the first things that you're going to see is you're going to see the housing market. You're going to start seeing builders stop building because they can no longer get loans to start pre-builds on homes, and so that's going to be one of the first places you see a problem, right? I actually have something before that, and it just dawned on me yesterday. Just yesterday, there is something before this. In the semiconductor industry that I work in, the semiconductor industry knows when the markets are starting to turn. And in both of those two situations, during the dot-com bubble and during the 2008 market crisis, there were massive layoffs a year beforehand in the semiconductor industry. And they knew it was coming each time. Everybody who works in the semiconductor industry knows the cycles. They know for a fact the cycles. If you're a good worker, you don't have anything to worry about because the company always keeps you. If you're not a good worker, then you end up getting laid off. I never really had to worry about stuff too much. I never really had to worry too much. So I always had a job there. But people got laid off in our industry every single time, like a year before it even happened. So what do we see happening this time? This time, it's different. There's a chip shortage. They can't afford to shut down. They can't afford to lay people off. They got to keep pushing through this one, or else there's going to be even worse issues. The economy may not be able to turn around if they can't keep making more phones, or they can't keep making new cars due to chip shortages. If they can't make anything, there may be no economy to recover. So this CHIPS, I keep forgetting the name, the CHIPS and Science Act for $52.7 billion, that was a bailout, guys. That was a bailout for an economy that needs to be able to recover after it fails. That's what that was. They don't want those companies laying off people because they actually, believe it or not, employ a lot of other smaller companies. Those legitimately are the backbone of employment for so many different companies across the board. And I'm telling you guys right now, and this is my opinion, but you're seeing the government prepare for something that's massive that's coming. I tell you right now, guys, those companies that are making those chips, they don't need money. They don't need money unless they're trying to avoid cycles. And I truly and honestly believe that $52 billion is a source to try and save the economy from the future. Cassius says we should have never passed the CHIPS bill. I'm telling you guys, our government knows what's coming. It really, truly, and honestly knows what's coming. If they hadn't passed that bill, there may not been an economy to come back to once this thing's done doing its thing. Nah, that's not what I'm saying, Buzzin'. But I am saying that if they hadn't injected that money into the semiconductor industry, then there's a chance that you would have seen mass layoffs. You would have seen probably tons of different smaller industries that were connected in some way or another that did work with semiconductor businesses starting to do mass layoffs and going out of business. It would have just been a spiraling heap of a mess. Yeah, Yo says a bailout disguised as help. Yep. I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. Cassius says rip off the Band-Aid. I don't know, man. All I know is, our government knows what's coming. They absolutely know what's coming, and England knows. Bank of England knows what's coming, and if they don't do something, they know it's gonna suck really bad. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I posted a tweet last night, maybe before I went to bed, and I probably shouldn't have. I don't know, but I was a little triggered a little bit by another tweet that I saw that kind of made me a little angry, I guess. Um, I'm going to talk about mental health here real quick, just because I think that it is important to make sure that you're maintaining your mental health. If it by any means is affecting you, to watch the line on a daily basis, take a break, walk away. I'll still be here next week, the week after. It doesn't matter when it is. I'll be here when you come back. So take some time off if you need to, with that mental health. If you guys Danny's replying right now. I didn't even ask him how he's weathering the storm down there, but I hope everybody in Florida is doing a good job. I hope that I'm not your source of entertainment right now as you're dealing with a crisis. I hope that if I am your entertainment while you're dealing with a crisis, that somehow or in one way or another that I'm able to keep your mind off of terrible things that are happening around you. Um, Man, I feel for you guys down there in Florida. And but the reason I'm saying this is because I see this brought up all the time in our community that you shouldn't watch the line. It's not healthy, and it bothers me a little bit because I feel like it's an invalid statement. And the reason that I say that, and I think it's a valid statement for some people, right? It's not healthy for a lot of people to do a lot of things. Smoking's not good for you, but a lot of people do it. There's a lot of unhealthy things that we do in our lives that are just part of our daily life that we do anyways. Um, Everybody goes to work. Not everybody, but a lot of people go to work, and if you go to work on a daily basis, that may not necessarily be good for your health, but you do it. And there are people who legitimately sit down and watch the line on a daily basis, and that's what their job is to do. And this doesn't impact me maybe the way that it impacts others. Maybe it isn't healthy for you as an individual to be watching the line on a daily basis, and if it's not, recognize it and stay healthy. This is a fight. It's a very long fight. I want you to stay healthy in the mind because long fights take mental gymnastics to get through. So, but my post last night said, what sounds a lot like the DD is done. Stop watching the line all day. It's not healthy. I'm telling you guys, for me, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't change me. It doesn't change who I am. Nothing changes the fact, and I think watching the line for me is healthy because I can identify what's happening. I want to know. I want to see the irregularities that are happening on a minute-to-minute basis, and I think that I think there's a lot to be learned. I mean, for example, Laura brought up something really good the other day where we were looking at aftermarket volume, and there's always something to be learned by watching this information, and I'm just saying right now, guys, like there's so much here, so much value, and we're only catching part of it in everything that it is that we see. So I don't agree with the statement. I just, if people do it for a living, then I don't see why, you can't be interested in what it is you're watching on a daily basis. Just because somebody else can't do it doesn't mean that should apply for everybody. So, but we don't all have to agree about everything. Danny says, when people tell me not to do something that I want to do, I know, right? That's kind of how I felt. Like I was just kind of, when I saw the tweet, I was just like, dude, don't tell me what to do. That's That's what I felt like. I was just like, man, stop telling people what to do. Like, just mind your own business. Do your own thing. Who cares what other people, don't, you can only control your own actions. Stop trying to dictate to people what they should and shouldn't do. Olin says, I'm not really watching the line because I invested what I knew I could part with. I do, however, feel like for the folks that bought on margin blindly, the investment isn't for everyone. Jeff says, Casey, I agree. Otherwise, it will affect your mindset and cause havoc in what we do throughout the day. It will ruin your mood, disposition, especially if you have major money in this play. Yeah, it's okay. You guys can agree with it. So I mean, not every like I said, some people it affects them and other people it doesn't. So if it's affecting you, then yeah, I agree. Like I agree with the statement. But if it's not affecting you, Bali says you're not the boss of me. That's how I feel, man. It's like don't tell me what to do. I'll do what I want. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a form of entertainment. I think for me, besides being able to provide information to you guys on that, every minute of the day while the market's trading, I think one of the other things too is that I think it's also I like to hope or think that I perform a service of being able to make you laugh, and I think humor is probably one of the most effective tools in dealing with something that's difficult to get through. Humor is by far one of the most healthy things on getting us through this. And if we can't have humor um, and experience what it is that we're going through, we're in trouble. So maybe I can make you laugh a little bit. Like maybe a little bit of bobblehead Ross right now might help.
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Add a little zing to it, All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It'll keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. While you're setting it up, make sure you put in a secondary phone number that in case something happens to your primary phone number, and that way you have a backup. And I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing while I've switched this over. So hold that thought until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Alrighty, starting on the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. I believe we all got one. Hold on one second. Monty's. I think I forgot to change Monty's numbers yesterday, so let me just see what he put down here. Nope, I did change his numbers. Okay. I had 970 to 1270. Eric had 950 to 1250. Keto had 878 to 1178, and Monty had 901 to 1201. Our combined price between AMC and Ape closing yesterday. Closing price was 1102. So every single one of us got a price prediction tally point. And we're getting, I feel like we're getting a lot better at this. I don't know, maybe it's just, I feel like we're, I feel like I'm still trailing up the group, but but I do legitimately feel like we're going into Fridays more often than not with tiebreakers, which is good. I like that. All right, short exempt volume. Let's take a look at that. Let's see here. What do we have? Oops, wrong one. That is not short exempt volume. Where did short exempt volume go? Here it is. Wow. Short exempt volume falling way, way off here for AMC. It was 87.9 thousand. 87.9. That's really, very low. That's so low. Makes me think that somebody fell out of the game or something. I mean, that is really low. Let me pull up Ape real quick here. 21. Oh, let's see. 219. 219 point. Man, these numbers are hard to read. 219.1. Let's check out that utilization. Let's take a look at price. AMC was up $2.95 day over day. And Ape was down 0.3. Nope. I'm going to go ahead and actually give me 1 second. I'm going to go backwards 2 spots here. 908 9. You know, I'm going to put 2 of 3 on day over day price increase, and the reason I'm doing that is because when you take 2 days ago, which was 9% plus the 3% we were up on AMC yesterday, that puts us over 10, which is the requirement that's needed for a 2-day period of time, which is 5%, over 5%. So we'd need at least let's see, we'd need at least 3% today on AMC to make it 3 of 3. So I'm going to recolor that box. Oh boy, computer's gonna need a. Did you guys notice in the morning intro that the song cut out right in the middle of it? Yeah, it's gonna be time to reboot this this computer this weekend. All right, utilization. Utilization on AMC still showing 100%. Let me just verify the date. Date showing up as September 28th, so it is 100% utilization for day number 162. 162 straight trading days. And on Ape, it was 72.27. Max pain. So I think we started out this week at, let's see, 750, 850. Yeah, we started at $9. Max pain I think started the week out at 9, dropped to 850 Tuesday, $8 on Wednesday, and then 750 yesterday. Oh no. Sorry, 850 is what we started out. 850 was Monday because today is Thursday, right? Monday was 850. 8 Tuesday, 750 Wednesday, and then there's today. So let's see if it dropped down to 7. The spread between open interest has been really primarily between $7 and $8 has kind of been most of the open interest. But I think it's going to go back up to 8 again. Let's refresh. We've been getting some more volume at $10. Yep, there it is, $8. We've been getting some volume at $10 for the options chain. So that's raising the max pain. So AMC to finish within $8 by the end of the week. And let's take a look at institutional ownership. No, off exchange. Off exchange final numbers for AMC 61.22 and 8.99 in the EDGX for grand total 70.21% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges, or through those two exchanges rather. Sorry, that is a lot of volume. 64% is a normal day, so it's like 50 or 6% higher than normal. Ape, on the other hand, I think was a little bit lower though. 54.14 and 9.79 through the EDGX for a grand total 63.93, which is dead nuts right where it's supposed to be for an average day on off exchange volume. That's what I just consider to be a normal day. We average out to around 64%. So very average day yesterday on Ape. Institutional share ownership yesterday decreased. I think over a 2-day span, we've had about 600,000 shares dropped in institutional ownership. It's at 153.913 as of yesterday morning. Let's see what it is now. 154. It's back up. Back up and being reported as 154.183. Give me 1 second while I type this out. Estimated short share interest of the free flow this morning on AMC is 19.08. On Ape, it's 7.35. We'll take a look at some of those numbers a little more closely here in just a second. Options, highest amount of open interest. Actually, we're not going to go with highest. We're just going to go with highest amount of open interest at a strike price closest to where price is at right now for AMC. Highest amount of open interest currently at a $10 strike price. Yesterday it was $8. $8 was the highest amount of open interest, so it's rising. And it went from 12.4 thousand at $8 contracts at $8 to 15.3 thousand contracts at 10. For puts, the highest amount of volume currently, they're buying in the money puts, guys. Puts, the highest amount of volume for puts was $7.50 yesterday. It's now $10. We have no difference in the spread. There's no difference in spread of open interest. It went from 5.4 thousand contracts at $7.50 yesterday to 7.9 thousand contracts at 10. They are buying in, somebody is buying in the money puts. Somebody needs shares really, really badly. And they're buying for quite the premium. It looks like the premium, it looks like the implied volatility would be somewhere between 210 and 258. All right, let me move a couple of screens over and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. And that's a new strategy, because if you thought price was going to move down and you bought in the money puts, you could collect money on some of it, and then you could collect shares on whatever you wanted to exercise after. Definitely a new strategy. Give me 1 second here. Danny's still got me. Danny's still got me going here. I'm still off. I'm gonna blame it all day long on Danny. Danny, dang it, dang it, Danny. Dag nabbit, Danny. Let's see what we got. All right. Let's take a look at these numbers here. I'm going to show you guys the combined total of price on AMC and Ape first. We closed out yesterday, like I was saying, at 11:02. And pre-market this morning, we're opening up. We're at 10.79. So we've come down about 22 cents, 23 cents quarter. Let's take a look at the, there's our 162 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. We're going to zoom in here just a tad bit so we can see our numbers a little more closely, the current numbers. On loan amount, increasing day over day for AMC from 182.3 to 183.9. So 1.6 million in new shares. Yesterday it was 1.7. So somebody's maintaining loaning of shares, 1.6. I write these down so I can read it out throughout, throughout the day. With that many new loans, you should see on loan average age per day still increasing. It is. Went from 52.13 to 52.69. Also, the estimated short share interest of the free float should be rising as well. It is. It went from 18.98 to 19.08, so we're looking at 0.1 change in short interest of the free float. So let's check that out. Let's see what that looks like. Why did I do that? Of course, it's 515,000 shares, Casey. Duh. It's 0.1. 0.01 rather, but or no, 0.1. 515. So 515,000 shares in new short interest was created yesterday, roughly estimating. Security lending volume day over day was an increase. We went from 3.92 in security lending volume to 5.54. Those are kind of lower days. Let's see here. We've got on Ape utilization day over day decreasing, I believe. Yep, decreasing from 75.67 to 72.27, which means on loan amount dipped. That dipped from 24.85 to 23.97, so we're going to call it 900,000 shares. Yeah, 900,000 shares. Just put 0.9. It's close enough. On loan average age per day, if they're returning shares, should be dipping, since none of those shares are all that old, like just a little over a month. It went from 14.31 down to 12.72, and the security lending volume that occurred yesterday was slightly up from 8.01 to 8.74. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME, so we've been seeing some really interesting stuff. Like I had said earlier, Active has been posting in the Discord about there being some changes that we've been seeing in the aftermarket hour and volume. Like AMC and GME, and as far as orders go, have not been showing up on Fidelity's books lately. At least not during market hours as the top 30. But then all of a sudden, when you look at it the next morning, they're showing up as being in the top 30. So a lot of orders are being pushed through at the very end of the day. It appears to be like they're probably sell orders, because we're usually watching the buy to sell ratio change, and it's more sell orders in the afternoon. Right now, GME is showing 44% buys to 55% sell ratio. And Ape is showing up down here at 48% buy to 51% sell ratio. And AMC is showing up at a 44% buy to 55% sell ratio. So all three on the top 30 lists here. However, Ape was the only one that maintained numbers that were good enough to stay on the list throughout the trading day for the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. So very interesting things happening in the aftermarket hours. It seems like they're reporting a lot more of their trades in the after hours. $6.90 is the trigger price for AMC today for SSR, and shares available to borrow. It does look like they borrowed some shares as of last night. First they returned some, then they returned some more. No, they didn't borrow. They borrowed 5,000 shares here, and out of the ETFs, it looks like 40,000 shares. So I'm just going to say 50,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday we had about 300,000. Not a whole lot of shares borrowed. Usually they wait until 7 a.m. sometimes before they start doing their borrowing. Fees right now are at 16.7%. And I'll tell you what SSR trigger price is for Ape here in just a minute. Futures are looking down in the market, anywhere from looks like 0.5% to a full percent. They're improving since earlier. VIX is currently showing it's going to be up about 2%. On the other side of the world, Europe's markets were up, but everybody else was down. Man, wait, let me refresh this. Those are yesterday's numbers. Europe was down. My bad. Europe was down, and looks like most of the markets overseas were down somewhere between 0.5% and 0.75%. Shenzhen was the only green one, but it was up 0.18. Tesla down 1.09 in the pre-market. Amazon down 1.06. Cinemark down 0.72. Doge is down 0.07. Bitcoin is up 0.42. GME is down 1.14. HYMC is down 0.62. HOOD down 0.5. NCMI is up 2.65. Ape is down 1.78, and AMC is down 2.87 in the pre-market. Yesterday we had a total of on AMC, we had a total of, come on, pull it up. $1.5 million more in inflow than outflow. So we had more inflow. Total amount of volume so far for this morning for AMC is pretty low at 10,000, 11,000 shares traded so far. On the hourly, looks like we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.81. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.09, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.97, which is below average. On Ape, yesterday there was approximately $1 million roughly more in outflow than inflow. I said approximately, and then I also said estimated, or I said the same word like twice at the beginning and the end. Volume currently at 5,440 shares so far traded on Ape this morning, which is really low volume. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.73, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.25, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.79, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto for the 1 hour, and we're now also looking again at the 4 hour as well, as I think we have enough data now to support checking that. We now have the, on the 1 hour for Ape, the lagging line is right on the price line. Price is sitting right in between the base and the conversion. The conversion is above the base now, which is a good sign. We do like to move up through thin portions of red clouds and down through green clouds. So you can see how the green cloud formed here and we stayed below it. So we could be moving up either today or maybe even tomorrow through the red cloud here. And this does appear like it would turn into a buy on the 1 hour, probably right around like looks like 348. And if not 348 by the end of the day, at least 355. So I'm just going to go with, I'm going to say if we see 360, you're going to see a lot of FOMO buying on Ape, which is only, it's not far away. We're at 3.34. So let's say 360. It's actually, you'll probably see the FOMO purchasing happening probably a little sooner than 360, but I'm just going to put 360 in here. On the 4 hour, driving up through red clouds on the thinner portions, usually what price likes to do. I do see this turning into a buy signal at around 401. So I'll put 405. $4.05. So we could see those numbers are really close to each other. The 360 launch to 405 and getting more support at 405 is definitely a possibility here. Conversion line is below base right now, but if it pushed up to $4, that would cross over, no problem. And $4, you would also see the lagging line above price line. It would turn and price would be below the cloud, and so it would push through to the top of the portion of the cloud. Hopefully, once it hit 405, and the top of that cloud would be at $4.84, where you'd get even probably more pressure pushing through. Taking a look at AMC on the 1 hour Ichimoto, we are driving up through price on the cloud already. We were inside the cloud yesterday on the 1 hour. Conversions above base, lagging is above the price line. This turns into a strong buy, provided that we stay above $7.47. Actually, 750. Let me change that. 750. Let's say 760. This remains a strong buy above 760. Now we're currently in the pre-market under 753, but that could change. So this could turn into a strong FOMO buy from investors this morning, and outside investors who are not currently part of the group, part of the Ape clan. And let's see here. On a 4 hour chart on this, we've got conversion below base, lagging lines below price line. We are coming up to the red cloud here, which would be a push to the top side. We did print a TD9 on the way up here, so this 4 hour chart's kind of suggesting maybe a little bit of a correction back down before seeing upwards momentum. So right at market open, probably imagine seeing the initial like normal push down that we get right off the bat, and then maybe more green heading into the later portion of the day. This does not really, for me, I don't really see this start becoming a strong buy until price hits about, I'm going to say 845, 850. Well, let's make it 850. Is that 850? Let's see where this is right here. 850. You'll see a lot of FOMO buying going in at 850, I think. A lot of volatility right now on Ape. I do believe we've already triggered the synthetic price failure down at $3.22. If I'm not mistaken, let me just check my Excel spreadsheet real quick here. Yeah, we hit $3.20, which was a 20.6% failure from $4.03. So we need to see $3.68 in order. That was the blue line at the very top. We would need to see $3.68 before we'd see a change, knowing that we would be hitting higher highs from that low of 3.2 and or lower highs. I think they're actually considered lower highs, but let's see here. I want to put in. I don't think I checked SSR what it would be for tripping for Ape yet for the day today. So closing price yesterday was $3.37. It's going to be $3.033 for SSR trip. I just want to note. No, I don't want to note it. I don't want to note it. Never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, I do want to note it. Last Friday, we closed even. I don't remember if it was Tuesday this week or not. I think it was Tuesday this week. We closed 1 penny up on Ape. And then Or maybe it was Monday. I don't remember which. Hold on a second. Let me check and see. Let me check and see. 3. Yep. How about that? Son of a gun. Huh. What was the 23rd? Yep. On Friday last week, we closed even. So Thursday we closed at 358. We closed at 358 on Friday. Then we closed at 337 on Monday, 338 on Tuesday, 337 on Wednesday. So legitimately, we've had like no price change hardly whatsoever from close to close since Monday. And I actually had somebody contact me about Steve, if Steven's listen. It's not the Steve you guys know, but somebody else on our channel here. Contact me about how weird that was, and I said actually that's really common. A lot of stocks close even, but this is like 3 days in a row now, where we have actually closed 4 days in a row where we've closed almost exactly even from the previous day. That is very, very unusual. If there's truly and honestly real trades that are occurring here, I don't think that should be happening. That seems it seems way more odd. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Neo says, will the coach put in PPT team today or make them sit on the bench? I see green, Neo, in our futures for AMC. At least it's looking that way, so maybe they'll throw them out. I mean, the futures on the market look red, but most of the charts look like green for AMC today. Let's see, Ape, or for AMC rather. For AMC, when we've had over the last year, historically speaking, when we've had green days on Wednesdays, which we normally have a 25% chance at having a green Thursday, which is the alternative to that is if you have a green day on Wednesday, you have an 8% chance of having a green day on Thursday. Oh, wait, did I say it backwards? I said it backwards. My bad. We had a green day yesterday on AMC, which means we have a green hitting green today is an 8% chance. That is our lowest chance of having green. So if we have a green day today, just throwing this out there. If we have a green day today, we have defied all odds and would be a trend reversal from the past. A major trend reversal. Hoosier Proud says, hi Casey, first time, long time in comments section. Thought I'd say hi to all the fine community. Car broke down on the way to work and came home to spend time with you. Hoosier, man, I'm sorry to hear about your car. I hope it's nothing serious. Monty, I got your price down, man. 10.15 to 13.15. Sorry about not getting. I missed it yesterday. Sorry about that. 10.15, 13.15. Gotcha. Hoosier Proud. I hope nothing serious with the car, man. Car problems suck. Let's check and see if Adam Aaron has put out any tweets. No new tweets from Adam Aaron. Just going to check Charles Payne real quick here, just because I kind of like to see what he's saying. Oh, Coolio passed away. Is that what you guys are talking about in here? I saw you guys all talking about lyrics and stuff like that. Coolio passed away, man. What? Man, like I'd have played a song if I'd have known. Um, what do you guys think would be a great Coolio? I might just change the song for the day to day in honor of Coolio. Anybody want to say like give me a list of songs to put up here as ideas that we could play for Coolio. Something appropriate, right? I doubt we'll find too much, but what we can, what you can think of. Maybe I can find an edited version or something, or maybe just give a warning to people before I play it. But what do you guys think? Yeah, it says 1963 to 2022. That's young. Gangster's Paradise. Casey Cano Corn in the music suggestions on Discord. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. Cano Corn. So I'll let you guys vote on it, and then before we start up this morning, I'll change the song. Hold on a second here. Let me start my list. Can of Corn, Gangsters Paradise. Yep, I'm gonna do a poll, Cassius. It seems like the fair thing to do, right? Not everybody's gonna agree on their favorite Coolio song. Hey, hun, Coolio passed away. What's your favorite Coolio song here? She says Gangster's Paradise is the only one she really remembers. Hold on a second. Fantastic Voyage. Ooh, that sounds like a good one for us. Can of Corn, Fantastic Voyage, Gangster Paradise. I'll take any more anybody really wants to hear. If those are the only top three, we can vote on those three. I don't know if I know I think I know Fantastic Voyage and Gangster Paradise, but I don't know if I've ever heard Can of Corn. I probably have and just didn't know what the name of it was. All right, County Line. Okay, County Line. So I can only do four, so we'll do those four. Uh, I will. Let's put up the poll here. Why does my I don't know why my computer does that like weird thing where you've got like one of the a sticky control key or alt key or something, and it keeps popping up like the screen full screen. It's the F key. That's so funny. I just realized because I was typing a little bit slower there. It's the F key of all the keys. It's the F key. Every time I hit the F key, it takes it to full screen. I must have like a really sticky key here or something. I'm hitting them all to make sure. Okay. Yeah, it still does it even after. All right, I just got to put up with it. Let's see, can of corn. Man, it's so annoying. I have no idea why that happens. All right. I'll probably play the unedited version, just to let everybody know, because I just, as a musician myself, I really, really despise the idea that people would censor, like, your freedom of speech. It's like, and so I'll give a warning. I'll give a warning out this morning before we start it up, just to make sure that everybody knows that I'll be playing the unedited version of the song. I just really can't. I can't stand it when they edit music. It just really kind of takes away from it. Funky Pizza Records, you can, but I already put up the poll, and I was trying to do. I mean, if you can get everybody to like just go like, yeah, no, that really needs to be the one, then you can throw it out there. You can always say you can say it, and then people can be like, no, no, that instead. Right now, Gangster Paradise is going to have to be beaten out though. It's got a 53% lead after 30 votes here. Destroys the artistic expression. That's my point. That's my exact point, Dynamite. It really does destroy. I mean, you can't. It's like, I don't know. It's like taking a Monet and then drawing like a big Ghostbusters red slash through the middle of it, and being like, nope. Or or slapping stickers on the nudity parts of Hey, I got a funny story for you guys. So I used to, when I was growing up, we used to live in Virginia, Alexandria, Virginia, and the school that I went to, Adams, John Adams Elementary, I think is what it was. They had a field trip to um, the the National Art Museum, and after we were done doing the tour, we went down to the area where you buy memorabilia or whatever, and and Sly Casey, he went down there and got himself a postcard of some nudity. I went to go check out, and the teacher saw what it was I was buying. And oh man, I got in trouble. I got so much trouble. I thought it was cool. I was like, ooh. This is like when I elementary, right? So it couldn't have been more than I'm pretty sure I was in first grade. Pretty pretty sure that it was first grade, if I'm not mistaken, because I think when to John Adams, I'm pretty. It may have been second grade, but yeah, Casey was like, yeah, yeah, nudity. I don't remember what piece it was. I just knew I had to have that postcard. I wouldn't have been interested in the postcard if it had some kind of like censored out spot on it. It's not the same. I wonder how many teachers have to deal with that kind of stuff. Like, the teachers, they're sitting there with their eagle eyes on the checkout. Morning active. Who said somebody said that they lived in Alexandria? Who was that? Let me go back up here. Sam says I used to live in Alexandria, Virginia too. Yep. Lived there for like 7 years of my life. I think it was from like 1980. I'm gonna go with like 1980 to 1988. So I guess that would have been 8 years. Did we leave in 88? Yeah, we had to have left in 88. I'm gonna say 1980 to 1988. Basically the Reagan administration. Holy moly! Kevin says I'm staying at the West Baden Hotel. I guess there are 3 courses here. My friend told me one of them is 400 a round. Holy moly, $400 for a round of golf? That's insane. I think I paid. My wife and I went to the Dallas Cowboys golf club and played, and I played there, and she rode around in the cart with me. I think it was. I want to say it was 200. It may have been 150. I don't know. It was like 150 or 200 bucks for the round. Best golf course I have ever been on. Everything was immaculate. The greens were perfect. There wasn't anything wrong with that course. It was a pristine course, and they even had this like weird. Instead of like most golf courses, you go out, you see the clubhouse at the turn, and then you play the other half. You play the first 9 holes, and then you come back to the clubhouse usually, and then you play another 9 holes. This one was really weird, where I want to say it was like on the first quarter of the first 9, you hit this like this stand, this uh, bar, so to speak, but it was a bar and a grill, like halfway through the front 9. And then halfway through the second 9, I think you loop back through and stop back by the same grill. And then I don't think we ever went back to the clubhouse until the end of the round. So it was kind of interesting. I might be wrong on that, but it's been a while since I played it. But it seemed like we hit that bar and grill twice before the round was over, and I don't remember the end. I don't remember showing back up to the clubhouse until the end of the round. But man, we got trashed. We got trashed playing golf that day. It was a lot of fun. Sam, when I was in 80 to 88, I was like 4 to 12 years old. So I don't remember any mall. Well, that's not true. I do remember a mall back then. I'd have to look it up. I'd have to look up and see where Springfield Mall is. I don't recall the name. Malls were not like interesting for me at the time growing up. I'm looking it up right now. If I see it on a map, I'll know whether or not it was someplace that we would go to or not. Springfield Town Center was right. Huh. I don't recognize that. I am looking at a map right now, though, and I'm looking at some of the locations around there, and there are some things that I'm recognizing that are very familiar. I'm trying to look to see. Give me just a second. I gotta find my. There's Arlington. Okay, so we lived. Hold on a second. I'm looking. I was actually really close to all that, so that looks. You know, I feel like I remember that mall, but I don't because we lived. I'm pretty sure we lived right off the 395. If you know where Park Center is, we lived right next to Park Center. I can't, for some reason or another, I can't seem to find it on the map right now, but it's so weird. It's so weird going back when it's been like 3 decades since you lived someplace. It's weird to go back and kind of search around and look at some of the places and how much it's changed compared to where you used to live. Yeah, if I could find Park Center, I'd know exactly where it was at. But Springfield Town Center seems really close though to where it was that we were at because I'm looking at it and it is very very close. I just don't remember going to the mall very much, and I do remember the one mall that we would go to. And I'm trying to find the street name. Um, I feel like it was like Duke Street or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember which street it was, but I feel like there was a mall that was like further up that we would go to on that street. But yeah, that mall is definitely very very close to where we lived. I just don't remember it. Sounds like sorry, Casey Shaw has distracted you. Yeah, I couldn't help myself going down memory lane there. I was trying to look for it. I didn't type in Park Center to see where it was at, but if you know where Park Center is in Alexandria, then that's we lived right next to that, and I just don't remember malls all that much. Maggie says, Casey, how many of the big dogs will be hurt by Bank of England? I don't know. That's a great question, Maggie. I don't know their books. I have no idea, but I would imagine I think that big dogs got saved to some extent by that you know the bailout, quote unquote bailout that came in there. So I would say that they probably weren't hurt, but saved. Yesterday, Danny, I want to say that yesterday that somebody said that they were talking to Miss Tahiti. Danny's tried to reach out to her, but no response. Nana we saw in here yesterday. Yeah, I saw Springfield Town Center. It sounds really, really familiar, Sam, but I don't remember ever really going there. I'm pretty sure that was like maybe a little bit south of where it was that we lived, and we didn't go that direction usually. We went east and west off of Spring Street. I think if I happen to remember, it was probably Spring Street. Let me just Spring Street, and that makes sense because it sounds familiar now that I just said it. Uh, Springfield Mall. I wonder if that's off of Spring Street. Let's see here. Is that right off of Spring Street? Because I'm pretty sure we were off of Spring Street. I don't know where Spring Street is. You're gonna get me like looking at something again, and I have no idea where Spring Street is, but I'm pretty sure that we were like right off of Spring Street, and I don't know where that's at. You're gonna get me like looking again. I have no idea. Sammy Boy says, "Rip Coolio, Gangster's Paradise will live on forever." Such a good song. Mega Johnny says, "England is Bear Stearns, Japan is Lehman. Few understand this." Oh, Keto's in for 9:39 to 12:39. Got you down, Keto. Let's see, 9:39 to 12:39. Got it. Danny says 2 weeks. Four says, "I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got 10 in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm locked out gangsters at tripping banger and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger, fool." Yeah, I'll never read that like it's supposed to be read. Maybe I should just leave it. I won't read those anymore. I'll just leave it to Coolio to do his thing. Savvy says, "I'm okay if anyone's wondering." Thank you, Savvy. I always forget who's in Florida and who's not in Florida. I try not to remember where you guys are located. I feel like if I can't remember, then people can't like ask me questions and I'd be like, like out you. It's better if I just pretend that I just don't remember. How bad was it? Casey the rapper. Casey sounds like a rap name. Far from it. Far, far from it. Savvy, what's been the worst of it so far for you? Like, what's been the worst of it? Wind or the flooding? KMFing C. Oh yeah. I forgot about this, guys. Check this out. This is pretty cool, man. So y'all are starting this shirt business or something here without me. This is really funny though. I got to show you guys a picture here that somebody put up. I think you guys put it under. It was really funny because I think you put it under DD or something. It was just like, what are you guys doing? It's like no respect for the tabs at all. Or maybe it wasn't under D. What was it? Oh, maybe it's breaking news. Where was it? I'm trying to find where these t-shirts. Somebody tell me where the t-shirts were at because they were funny. Oh yeah, here they are. I like this one. I thought this one was really cool. The funny part is that the break that whoever did this, I don't know who did this t-shirt, but that actually is not far off from what the cup actually looked like, which I thought was very odd that you would get it so accurate. But the cup says, "I am broken," but the highlighted letters are "I am okay." Uh, that's almost exactly what if you inverted this, I think it might have looked almost exactly like that. Although I think it was a little more flush. I almost wouldn't have handed it to him if it hadn't been like such a clean break. If it had been jagged like this over here, I probably wouldn't have given it to him, but it actually was a really clean break. That's a cool t-shirt. We also had this one was an idea over here as well, which was kind of funny. Admit one. Nice. This is a cool one too. I like this one. There's apes. That was cool shirt ideas. There's 4 people in Fort Myers. What happened? Let me scroll back up here. Just the rain and wind, no flooding here for us. We're further northeast. Okay, that's good. Because I don't, I saw a video the other day, guys. I'm just gonna tell you right now. I don't understand what the heck those firefighters were thinking. I'm sure you guys all saw it, but there was like I saw one news person or news channel was doing a report. They were inside the firehouse where the fire truck was, and all the firefighters were up to their waist in water, waiting around. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, be really careful in that kind of stuff. While the water does dilute down most things pretty well, there can still be some really nasty chemicals floating around in water like that when it gets to those kind of heights. And besides the other things that could be, in the water that are potentially dangerous that could get you, especially in Florida, be super super careful with wading around in that kind of water because it can be kind of nasty. Roseanne says, Casey, what's your YouTube title referring to? So Bank of England, they rescued, um, basically bailed out their pensions. So let me try and find the article here real quick here so you can read it. Let's see here. I should probably just pin it up to the top. Give me a second while I find it. Probably should have done that earlier. Didn't even think about it. Weird. When you want to find it, it never shows up. All right, here we go. I'll probably just link you to this one. Actually, I hadn't heard this before, but the Bitcoin lawyer, the way this is posted says the Bank of England bails out BlackRock. Something finally broke. Who had their money on British pension fund margin calls? An update on global markets, including the dollar rates and Bitcoin. I don't know if this is this may not be the one I want to link to, but in the wee hours of the morning in the West Coast, we saw the first central bank bailout. Central bank capitulation after the year's amplified volatility. Yeah, I would just check that out for right now. There we go. This might be a better one. Yeah, I think this is a better one. Let me link this one instead. I want to find the one that says at all costs. I'm going to link this one instead. Wait, whoops. There we go. Sammy Boy says, thanks, Jay, for letting me know it's break time. Sammy Boy says, did you or anyone know about the GameStop documentary on Netflix? Just came out yesterday in UK. Doc portrays apes well and demonizes Kenny at the rest. And the rest, I think, is what you meant there. And yeah, we knew about it. It was actually playing in the movie theaters over here. I didn't know it was out on Netflix though. I didn't see that one yet, Danny. I'll have to check it out. Jay says I connected with Tahiti last night. She's in our group chat. Tahiti, Wendy, Doug, and Ralph, Richie are all okay. Yeah, Danny says down power lines can be in the water or sharks and gators. Crazy. Yeah, be very, very careful, guys, wading around in water that's deeper than any water at all. Period. Honestly. Hopefully you guys have some of those like rubber knickers. Rubber knickers. Because yeah, that's not. You just shouldn't be wading around in that stuff. PC3 says today is the anniversary of the 2008 crash. Oh man, what do the futures look like? Let's see here. Futures are down. Futures are down. We've got the VIX is up 3.64 in the pre-market. We've got futures looking down anywhere from we'll go 0.5% to a full percent. The small cap is getting toasted right now. It's down 2.25. Yeah, Sammy Boy, I actually haven't seen that documentary, and I'll tell you, there was a reason why, and I don't remember what it is. I honestly, truly don't remember. There was something that I don't remember what it was. There was something that happened or something that I didn't agree with, or I just was like, nah, I don't need to go see that. I'm living it. But I guess if it was that good, maybe I should check it out. Jared said, "Morning, Casey. The intro is awesome, by the way. Can you add a rocket to the screen and have it take off at open?" Let me get right on that. My wife's like, she just bought me a rocket that she found at the store just yesterday. Maybe I can add it in there somehow. We could take a picture of it or something and add it in maybe. Sammy says, "Watch it, Casey. It's worth a watch. Matt Kors is in it, so maybe that puts you off." I don't. It may have been. I've never been a fan of Matt Kors, and I don't know what it is about him, but I don't know, man. He's just never been on my I gotta watch this guy list. Just like, yeah, I'm gonna go to break here in a minute. But yeah, you're Jared, I'm working on a real limited budget over here, and limited knowledge on what it is that I'm doing on this stuff over here. So I'll see what I can do. Um, we'll see. I'll work on it and see what I can put together. Tell you what, if you wanna put up the animation together for me and then send it to me, you're more than welcome to. Believe it or not, a lot of the things that you see are things that people have either put together for me, and I've just simply had to plug in and play kind of thing. For example, like the Big Tramp. The Big Tramp, it started out with Thick sending me a picture of the Big Tramp, and then somebody else who asked not to be identified modified it so that I could put myself inside the Big Tramp. And then I think it was Björk, I think it was Björk that came through and modified the Big Tramp to have turned it into a lowrider. And I think he might have added the lowrider graphic on there. I think that was Björk. I can't recall for sure. If it was somebody else, I'm apologize for not remembering. But most of the different graphics that I have on here were done by people other than myself. In fact, good old Gazerbeam Gary was created by a guy who went by the name of Stonk Master. And I don't know if some of you guys may have seen. Oops, that's not it. Good old Gazer, good old Gazer Beam Gary there. Uh, and that was really cool. Most of the stuff is stuff that everybody's from the community has donated, and I appreciate it. Because that's it's my son helped me with this one. For Mr. Pour Some Sugar on Me, Kenny. I think that's a big favorite of everybody's. Some people hate this one and love it at the same time. So it's what is this one? Oh yeah, it's a it's a conglomeration of all of us put together. This channel is truly and honestly a conglomeration of individuals working together to make it what it is. It's not just me. It's everybody. Lit Alien, welcome. Danny says I'm heading out too, guys. Be careful out there, Danny. Highway Frog. Let's see. The time I've spent on the road eventually run into stuff. I unloaded cows once of an upside down cattle liner. and help the drivers till 9/11 showed. Wow. Way to be a helpful citizen, Highway Frog. That's awesome, man. BioLife Hemp says, Casey, do you think with PPT injecting money earlier than 2008, it will help with a serious hard crash since they're recognizing problems earlier? To be honest with you, BioLife Hemp, I think maybe they did start working on this a little bit earlier, and there's also been things that have kind of saved this market a little bit with some of the rules that are in place that they didn't have for 2008. But I also believe that this is a more, I think this is a higher impacting event in the market than what we've seen from the past, from anything within the past, 4 decades or so. And I think you're going to tend to see. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I'm along for the ride, just like you are. We'll see. We'll have to see. I really don't know. With the new rules that are in place, with them, injecting money when they need to keep the market propped up, I don't know if they'll be able to continue to. I don't know what the side effect is going to be from that. It could just blow up in their faces, or and everything just goes to hell in a handbasket, or perhaps maybe they are able to do. At this point, I know that Powell is saying that the soft landing idea is not a possibility anymore. So there's that. Yeah, Savvy. That is the main title for the day today. Yo says this is not stopping what's happening. It's global. I agree. I mean, and a perfect example of that is Bank of England having to bail out their pensions. It is a global event, and I don't think that's I don't think anybody understands that to the extent how big and how massive of a failure this is going to be across the board. You know, um, the U.S. can put in all the preventative measures that they need to turn this into a soft landing, but it doesn't mean the rest of the world did. So if the rest of the world's impacted by the U.S. moving down, it's gonna be. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be more epic than what most people originally thought it was going to be. All right, I got to get out of here. Take this break. Give me a second to put up my message. Music. I'll end the poll for which song to play, but I'm pretty sure Gangster Paradise is going to win this one out. So I'm going to queue it up and get it ready to go. Very rarely will I ever change the song midday, but I do take exceptions. I feel like this is kind of one of them. All right. Savvy, are you near a fire department? If you are, that could be the reason why. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head to break. I'll see you back here at 8:15 for price predictions and getting this market day started.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty. So I'm just trying to get an idea for where we may be heading to. I'm looking at the future on the markets right now, and I see that we're looking at anywhere from 1% to 1.5% down in the markets. I can already see the VIX is showing up 5.9%. The futures for the VIX show 2.8, so it's going to cool off a little bit, but we're going to be starting out down right off the bat. If today is going to be a red day today across the markets, I quite frankly don't think that they're going to want to see us under 10 bucks on AMC and Ape combined. So I think that I think it's pretty safe to kind of put in a 975 to 1275 range and be able to pretty much capture anything that's there. So it's only 5 cents difference up from what I had yesterday as a prediction. With Bank of England coming into the rescue here, it's supposed to save everything. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how long that's going to be able to hold on much longer here for this market, but I don't know. We'll see. Kenny G's already in the news, by the way, stating that he thinks there's going to be a recession by this next year, and so there's that. And also, while I was on break, I read an article here, just kind of going through some like fun articles and stuff. And Tom Hanks apparently thinks that he's only ever done 4 good movies. I was like sitting there going like, dude, Tom, how do you not like recognize like some of the, you've done so many good movies. And then I started listing them off, and it's just like, I really want to know what the 4 is that he had for his list. But unfortunately, the article didn't say. I know one of them it listed Forrest Gump as being one of the 4, but I don't know. Casey, thoughts on that filing if you finish reading? You know what? Actually, I stopped. I still haven't finished. I haven't left off from the initial day where I stopped reading it. I kind of took off like the last 2 days. I have Tuesday nights are my are kind of nights where I take I go out and do soccer, so I don't really read through stuff then. So I haven't really done anything Tuesday night, and then Wednesday night I just didn't do anything last night either. Once I got done yesterday, I turned off the computer and called it a day. So I have not read through the rest of it, to be very honest with you. I take my time when it comes to reading stuff like that. I kind of like to take my time. I feel like it, if I'm real tired and I try to start reading through stuff, I rush through it and then I miss things. Jabib's over here going Wilson, but I'm telling you the truth. That I have to take breaks, and if I'm real tired and I start reading through that stuff and I don't fully grasp what it is that I'm reading, I'm just scanning over it, then I'm not doing a good job. So I'm gonna need some more time to get through all the reading. Jared said, Casey, with the federal government potentially shutting down due to the funding bill not passing, how much impact would this have? Seems like we expect a lot of impact. It's minimal, and vice versa. I mean, it's not good, man. Roseanne says, congratulations to Aaron Judge, first player to tie Roger Maris in the regular season for most home runs. Tom Gump. Did I get Keto's numbers for this morning? I don't remember getting Keto's numbers this morning. Yes, I did. I got Keto's numbers. I'm missing Eric's. That's the only one I'm missing. He usually sends it to me like right before market open. Etherzing says they won't let it close down during an election year. Somebody said, well, let's see now. What year are we in? We're in 2022. Hold on a second. Let me do some quick math here. Oh, not 8. Well, I can just 14, right? 14. So 2008 should have been an election year, no? 14 that's 7. Oh no, maybe it wasn't an election year. Hold on a second, let me look that up. Yep, it was. 2008 was an election year, and today is the anniversary of the market crash of 2008. So I don't know that that's necessarily a something that they can control. At least back in 2008, they couldn't. But we'll see. You might be right. Bird Eye View Photography says 2008 was an election year and the economy was bad. Easy to make someone look like a hero with well-written speeches. Or easier. Yeah, it's possible. All right, guys. Be ready for a red open to the market this morning. We'll see if it manages to turn itself around here. Same hold your breath as yesterday. Votes are like crack for crackheads to politicians. Oh yeah, disclaimer real quick here, guys. The song for the day today has explicit language. If you have kids who are listening, you may want to mute or maybe monitor what it is it's being, that you're getting across through there. So just throwing it out there as a fair warning. But I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm playing an edited version here. So just mental note to yourself. Be ready if you have kids listening. All right, see you guys after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lined in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my 10 in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour, everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in the kitchen. But I don't know what's cooking. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck, fool. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me?
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, so first things off here, I just realized, guys, I never checked Pokey Stick of volume this morning. I'm pretty sure nothing's going to change the volume levels that we had from yesterday, so I'm going to give the same volume predictions as I had yesterday: 10 to 30 million for AMC, 5 to 25 for Ape. I have no idea how I missed that this morning. I skipped right over it. Total Pokey Stick of volume this morning was at 36,000 for AMC, and for Ape, it was 17.7, and I know volume going into those numbers were very low on both. In fact, I could probably even lower Ape down a little bit on volume levels, but I'm just going to stick with the same numbers that I had from yesterday. We are getting a little bit of red on this market here. Red on the market. Coolio passed away. Rip Coolio, man. Moment of silence for Coolio. Let's give him a moment of silence here. Thank you for that. All right. Sucks, man. He was way younger than he should have. He should have had some more time. It happens. You never know, guys. You never know when life is fleeting. Very, very precious. Enjoy every minute that you have. You never know how much of it you're gonna have. Title for the day today: Bank of England to the rescue. Hello, Gov'nor. Pay the fare or pay the price. It is. This is what it is, guys. If you didn't see the article, I've got one of the articles listed up to the top there. It's probably not the one that I wanted to find. One of the most interesting quotes that I saw in there from the Bank of England was basically stating that they were going to bail out these pension funds at all costs. It wasn't like we're gonna set up some kind of limitations on this on quantitative tightening, but no, we're bailing them out at all costs. And man, if that doesn't speak out loudly to people, I'm just kind of curious for those of us, for those of the friends that are watching right now who are on the other side of the pond, how does that make you feel? How does it make you feel to see that pensions are being bailed out by banks right now, and knowing that the bailout of those pension funds is likely probably going into the pockets of uh, probably not the people who have the pensions in the first place. Eventually, that money will be lost probably to the pensions, regardless, one way or the other. So, just out of curiosity, how does it make you guys feel over there? I can't imagine that it would make you feel very good. And this is part of the reason why so many people who are part of this play are not just here in the U.S. They're part of this play from all over the world because they know exactly what kind of impact this is going to have. Our markets have an impact on their markets, and our markets have an impact on their pensions and their savings retirement plans that they have. It is not just something that's happening here in the U.S. It's worldwide. So I don't know. Pay attention. It's happening everywhere. Just trying to read through what you guys are saying here. Benjamin says that's why I respect you, Casey, so much for the exit. I say exit intro. That exit when I talk about spending the time with family, friends, pets, and get out and enjoy your life. Yeah, man, it's true. It's true. Joe says can't escape death and taxes. Bird Eye says I wonder if price goes to 717 with that huge buy order. We've got 9,000 at 713. Is that what you're talking about? Unless it was more than that, and I'm just now seeing 713. But let's see what we got here. We've got a couple big buy order. We got at $3.09. We got a 6,800 buy order for Ape as well. Don't forget SSR trips for the day today at $3.04, 3042 to be exact. And we just printed a TD9 on the way down on AMC, which means that likely we'll see a little bit of a turnaround. We did touch the Bollinger Band, it looks like, ever so slightly on the way down, so we should see price return to the simple moving average on AMC. Ape didn't get the TD9, but it did touch the bottom side of the Bollinger Band, so it may return to the simple moving average as well. It is testing the red line that the Ape is touching right now is the 21.5% failure point from our last previous high on Ape, which was $4.03. So that is a new low for us at 3.14, down 22.1% from 403. Let me just check AMC's actual. Yeah, okay. Thorblade says the dollar is strong because we have a deal with OPEC and the Saudis. People have to purchase the oil from them with the American dollar. So not only that, but we've been tapping into our oil reserves, right? So we're probably selling a bit of it. I'm reading Bird Eye View's messages over here. He's just like, oh, OMG, OMG, OMG. Well, it looks like today's turning into the take a deep breath day instead of it being yesterday. But as it stands right now, both AMC and Ape are down about 5%. It's a little bit more than some of the other stuff that we see. HYMC is down around the same amount right now. Some other tickers out there are taking hits as well. Tesla's down 3.69, Amazon's down 2.57. So the whole market's taking a big old just dumping right now. So yeah, just hold on, guys. It's gonna be a wild ride. If it's difficult to watch, you don't have to. MGTO says this point in time is where we find out that Volcker was correct in not choosing a gradual series of rate hikes. Yeah, it would have been better if they'd have just increased like a whole bunch all at once. Really just shocked. I mean, that to me, honestly, MG2, I'm in total agreement with you. If they really wanted to do a soft landing, I think the thing to do would have been to have hit the market right between the eyes. I mean, just nail it right between the eyes and hit it with maybe a 4 or 5% increase, like a 4 or 500 basis points right off the bat, and just put a screeching halt to everything and say look, we're nipping it in the bud right here now. And if they'd have done that I don't know, a year ago when they were supposed to be doing quantitative tightening, it would have probably helped out a lot. Things would have probably been turned around by now. Order book at 680. 680. I see 9,300 shares at 684. But there's a bunch of 9,000 orders in here down the order book. Yeah, Yo says 30 cents until haircuts. Right now I've got 10. The combined price between AMC and Ape I got at 1047. Well, now see, I like that much better. Shimmer says, "Stop watching the line, watch the world." Quote by latest Bigum's video. Great line. Yeah, I like that much better because last night, he was saying stop watching the line. That was all he said. He ended right there with stop watching the line. I agree so much with that. That I like. Stop watching the line and watch the world. I I agree. I agree totally with that. There's a lot of stuff happening around the world. So the VIX is still up 5.5%, putting it at 3184. Uh, it looks like the cryptocurrencies are getting a pretty good beat down as well. Let's see about the news here. Had a little bit of AMC news listed. Let's see what it says. Jim Chanos, it's the Jim Chanos quote. Long on AMC entertainment stock, short Ape. Why he expects the spread to collapse. I thought he said it the other way around. I thought he was short Ape and long or short AMC and long Ape. I don't know. It's kind of feel like they said it backwards. No, it says Jim Chanos is still holding AMC preferred equity units. So they did. They got the title backwards. It says he's still holding. Legendary short seller believes the preferred shares should be trading at the same price as AMC Entertainment. We are still long the spread. It's silly. They are the same piece of paper. Ultimately, Chanos said Wednesday at CNBC's Delivering Alpha Investor Summit. AMC declared a special dividend. Jim Chanos is basically saying that Ape should be the same price as AMC. He quickly followed that up by telling AMC Apes that he expects the movie theater chain to survive, so there's no need to send him direct messages on Twitter. Yeah, don't blow Jim Thanos. Thanos. Chanos. Don't blow up Jim Chanos up on Twitter because he's not Thanos apparently. Arthur Martin says, Casey, shouldn't Ape be higher due to being preferred over common stock? I think that is typical, Arthur. I do really think I think it's typical for that to be the case. We got about 10 more minutes here before we look at the numbers. I'm really kind of anticipating looking at those. I want to see what's going on here. I'm kind of like rushing. I want the time to rush by. I was like, go quicker, go quicker. Maybe we need a bobblehead Ross moment here. Maybe a little bobblehead Ross to get us through this here. Let's see what he has to say.
Anything we don't like, we turn it into a happy little tree or something. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents.
I love bobblehead Ross. He's always got such great insight. Thick says SPY creeping on 360. Let's take a look at it real quick. 363. Mortgage-backed securities are down about 0.5%. Hold on 1 second. I just want to look at something real quick here. One second. Yeah, that's right. Oil is down 2.5%. Can't see the left side of the screen on the list of stocks. I know I kind of like I made the screen a little bit smaller and cut that off. So like if I take you guys to the other page like this, you guys can see it. Let's see here. So I was just looking over here. Oil. I got on the separate page over here. I've got the SPY set up at SPY, a couple of the mortgage-backed securities, and oil, and so I kind of watching all those to see where money may be flowing or incoming for the market. But I mean they're all down right now. Everything's taking hits. But SPY's starting to work its way back up here a little bit. But yeah, unfortunately, in order to fit both AMC and Ape onto one page, I decided to remove those tickers to just kind of make the charts a little bit bigger and be able to also fit in room for the level 2s. So hopefully that's okay. Nikki says AMC implied volatility is 114.9, which is in the 29% percentile rank. I don't think that you can sort it like that, Bird Eye. Not that I'm aware of. But I don't even know why you'd want to do that though. Like that defeats the purpose of an order book. Like you want to know what the difference between your bid and your ask is. If you want to know size of orders, then what you do is you look at this little graph right here. This is telling you where your big sized orders are, right? So like for example here you have this like 21,000 at 718. That's gonna raise probably this big raise right here where you see the largest amount of volume right there. That's what that is. So you're really going to be looking at the profile and seeing where the large orders are at in the profile of the order book. But in regards of like it defeats the entire purpose of having an order book by putting it in based on order size. I don't even. I'm not sure why you'd want to do that. There is Bird Eye. I use TradingView for a combined price, but I want to see them separately. I use TradingView to combine them. You can just type in AMC plus Ape and it'll put in a combined price, which is 1052. But I want to see them separately because they do have different patterns and they do form different trend lines. So I think it's very, very important to see them separately. And I would have no desire to see them lumped together. Yeah. ABC Pediatrics of Florida, good morning to you, sir. I'm looking at the option chain. There's a chance of some upward movement due to gamma at 750 and 8. And if you look at Max Pain, it increased from $7.50 to $8 as well. But not only to add to that as well, ABC is that the futures on the options, there was a whole bunch of call options being purchased at $10. Earlier this morning, when we looked at the numbers, some of the largest open interest for puts increased from $7.50 to $10, which means that somebody out there yesterday was buying up a crap ton of in the money puts, which means somebody knows that they're going to start needing some shares here pretty soon. So yeah, I definitely think that there is going to be some upwards movement in price on AMC. I just don't know when it's going to happen. But I do have some key numbers that I'm looking at, and we'll talk about those a little bit later on where we could see potential move. Actually, I'll talk about it now. We still have about 3 more minutes here. Key prices to watch out for AMC is going to be $7.66 and then $8.50. Those are going to be some good FOMO push areas. For Ape, it's going to be $3.60 and $4.05. Now, you guys are probably looking at the charts going like, yeah, we're not even close to those. Well, the option contracts that are out there are insinuating that they think that it may get there. So we'll see. Why is Chano so transparent with his position with AMC? I know it does seem kind of sus, doesn't it? CPE says, let's do this. He's trying to pump everybody. Let's go! Thanks, CPE, man. MG Toe says, AMC gaps at 508, 322, 230, 158, not financial advice. Ed says, can price move happen in the next 3 to 4 weeks? It could always happen at any given time. Jordan says they do not want the SPY breaking 360. Let's take a look at the number and see real quick here, and then after that, it should be time to be looking at the numbers. SPY 360 historically. Let's see where that's at here. Oh yeah. I think they don't want to break 355. 355 is kind of the magic number that I've got set up here. I've got the box set up for middle of next month to, well, I'll tell you the dates. 10/11 to 10/20 is where I've got the breakout of SPY below 355. So, but it does look like 360 does. There seems to be a little bit of resistance at trying to break through 360 for sure. There's some consolidation. 360 in the past is over here. We've hit it once before and bounced right off of it. But yeah, it could start free falling once it breaks through. I've got 355 on my page. So, but you know, 355, 360, close enough. Alrighty, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Let me log into my broker, and remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing when the big tramp's not up on the screen. So if you have specific thoughts or comments that you want to make, hold on to those. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in your account. Let's see here. And while you're at it, set up a secondary phone number. You never know if you might need a backup phone to send the code to. Who knows? Tons of reasons why it might happen. Give me a second here while I set up the screens, and we'll start running through the numbers. Since this is the first rundown of the day, I'll go through everything. We'll take a look at all the numbers in depth. And so this will take a little bit longer than the other hours that I normally look at all the numbers. All right, starting with top left-hand side, this is just four apes trying to, not financial advice, but just trying to figure out what price is going to be on a day-to-day basis. And so far, we got a four-way tie. With this is the combined price of AMC and Ape together. For the day-to-day, I have 975 to 1275. Eric's got 9 to 12. Keto's got 939 to 1239, and Monty's got 1015 to 1315. Pretty big spread here. Well, actually, it's not that big. Most of us are kind of overlapping by about $1 or thereabouts. But yeah, so far it's been a tie. Short exempt volume was really, really super low. I haven't seen it this low in a while for AMC. Went down to 87.9 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Actually, you know what? Give me just 1 second. I want to verify this data just because it seems wrong. Nope, it's right. I just verified it. I went to the actual website and looked. That is actually correct information. So I don't know. It's just super low short exempt volume on AMC. Ape was at 219.1, which is about half of what it was the previous day. Utilization 100% was on day number 162 straight trading days of utilization being 100% for AMC. Ape is at 72.27, which is lower day over day. AMC increased yesterday in price by 2.95%. Now I know that's not the required 5% that we need, but the day before that was 9%. So when you add them together, it's like 13%, right? 12%. Or wait, 11%. Well, it's 2.95, so 12%. From the previous day to yesterday. So that's 2 out of 3 days being over 10%. And if we can get an additional 3% today, I would call it 3 out of 3 because it would be 15% over a 3-day period of time. Yesterday, Ape was down by 0.3%. Max Pain did rise, so we started out on Monday at 850. No. 850. We started out, I want to say we started out at 850 on Monday. We went down to 8 on Tuesday. Wednesday was 750. Today we're back up to $8 again. Not very often do we see Max Pain start rising after it's dipped in the middle of the week. So kind of odd to see that happen. But we are witnessing a lot of $10 call options coming in and puts that are actually being purchased that are in the money already. So that's a little bit of a change there. Taking a look at off-exchange data, I normally expect to see about 44% on off-exchange and about 10 to 11% on EDGX. Let's see where we're at right now. 54.55% in off-exchange. EDGX is at 12.99 for a grand total 67.54. And after half hour of trading, that's really high volume. It's like 10% high on off-exchange, and EDGX is high by about 2%. So there's that. Same numbers apply for Ape, and we're showing 60.04 going through off-exchange for Ape and 14.54 for EDGX. There is some massive price discovery being hidden here on AMC and Ape, which tells me that there's probably a lot of buy orders going through right now, and somebody doesn't want price going up. Some peoples. All those peoples over there, not us. 74.58% is the total combined amount for those two off exchanges. Extremely high, 3/4 of our total volume going through that. That is massive, extremely massive. And let's see, let's take a look at institutional share ownership. It was back up a little bit day over day, and currently it's showing 154.185. Which is up very fractionally from earlier this morning. Taking a look at Ortex. Actually, you know what? We'll take a look at Ortex. I'm going to skip over Ortex now, and we'll go to, since I look at the whole thing later, we'll look at that. We'll look at that when I look at the actual chart. Let's skip over to options. Highest amount of options so far for the day-to-day in volume for calls is currently at a $7.50 strike. That's down from 10 at the end of yesterday, but it's a real close tie. It's almost a tiebreaker between 7.5 and 8. But there's 3,000 contracts at 7.5, and on puts at a $7 strike price, there's which is the same value from yesterday. There's 5,000 contracts. So currently, volume is suggesting that closing price is going to be somewhere between 7 and 7.5 for AMC. Alrighty, let's look at the combined price of AMC and Ape. It is $10.39. I would give you some kind of trend, but I'm seeing a little bit of a head and shoulders potential. It's very, very small though, and I don't know if I'd put a whole lot of, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Yeah, so it looks like we had a little mini tiny head and shoulders, and then this seems to be the dip of it. Nothing very massive. It went down very fractionally between the two, but starting to head back up again here. $10.42 is the combined. Let me refresh AMC here, and we'll take a look at the numbers. So far for the day-to-day, there's 1.9 million shares having been borrowed for AMC. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 19.27%. Cost to borrow average at 28.11%. That is super high, guys. We were running 11%. No, we were running 19% yesterday. Cost to borrow average is way up, 28.11%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 183.9 million shares. That is an increase of 1.6 million shares day over day, with about 515,000 of that being in new short interest that was created. Here's your utilization at 162 straight trading days of utilization. We're going to zoom in just a tad bit here and look at the on loan amount. There's your increase right there on loan amount by 1.6 million. That should rate the on loan average. Sorry, the on loan average age per day should be rising due to that, because that wasn't a whole lot of shares, new shares. That has gone from 52.13 to 52.69. Remember, when this indicator starts dropping and it finds a bottom, that's usually when we tend to see a big price increase. Last time we had that happen, it found a bottom on, actually, let's go back and look at it real quick here. We found a bottom on the 26th, and within 3, 6, 7 trading days, on the 8th trading day, price started running up. You never know how big the run's going to be, but it usually is a it's a fair chunk. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising day over day on AMC from 18.98 to 19.08. Security lending volume day over day was an increase as well, from 3.92 to 5.54 million. Taking a look at Ape. So far for the day today, we have 1.13 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.5%. Cost to borrow average is at 6.35. Shares on loan for the day today was up about 900,000 shares in short interest to 23.97 million shares on loan. Utilization went down, even though there was 1 million shares added in on loan amount that, oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Erase that, strike that, reverse it. It was 900,000 shares returned, not borrowed yesterday. I forgot to put my negative sign here. 900,000 shares returned yesterday, so the short interest of the free float should be heading down. and it did, and also the utilization going down. I was like, utilization going down with on loan amount increasing should go up, yeah. So everything looking like the way it should. Security lending volume day over day was a slight increase from 8.01 to 8.74 million. Orders by Fidelity customers so far this morning. Ape is the first one on the top 30 list here with a 63%, actually 64% buy to 36% sell ratio. And GME made it on the very last one on the list here at 64% buy to 35% sell ratio. AMC did not make the list, although we've been seeing some really weird things where they've been holding back orders and then reporting them at the end of the day, and we see them the next morning. So we'll see if this makes day number 3 in a row where they've done that, 3 or 4 days now. Shares available to borrow this morning. Looks like they did borrow some shares earlier. We had a trigger price for SSR at $6.90. Let's see. They did borrow all those 100,000 shares that were there earlier this morning, plus almost all of the ETFs that were there as well. That's about 180,000 shares that were borrowed. So I'm going to go ahead and chalk that up. Yesterday it was like 300,000 shares that were borrowed. So fees are starting to head back up again as well. We were at 16.7% on fees. Now fees are up to 20.4%. SSR trips on AM or Ape at 3.033, I think. No, that's not accurate. Let me give you the correct number here. 1 second. The correct number is 3.042. NASDAQ is down 3.18, Dow Jones is down 2.02, S&P 500 is down 2.51. We currently have a nasty, crappy looking market right now with 5,379 decliners to 1,378 advancers. Watch out, the floor is hot lava. VIX up 8.81%, VTI is down 2.61, IWD is down 2.32, Tesla down 6.04, Amazon down 3.58, Cinemark down 1.84, Doge is down 1.9, Bitcoin's down 2.52, GameStop down 4.83, HYMC is down 5.12, Hood is down 3.6, NCMI is down 0.91, Ape is down 6.96, and AMC is down 6.39%. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have roughly about $200,000 more in outflow than inflow, and 5.45 million shares traded after 45 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for about 48.3 million shares traded by the end of the day. Right at market, I didn't do pre-market volume this morning, so right at market open, I suggested 10 to 30 million shares. I don't know how I skipped over that this morning. I think I was talking about something. I don't remember what it was, but completely skipped right over it somehow. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more, it looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, with RSI at 34.65, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.21, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.5, which is below average and almost signaling oversold. On Ape, there's currently 200,000, no, not even that much. 150,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 3.16 million shares traded so far. Putting us on pace for 26.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely more volume than what we're used to seeing by this time in the morning. Again, I suggested 5 to 25 million at market open today, so I do think that we're on pace for that. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.42, which is signaling over below average on RSI. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.53, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.56, which is below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto Cloud, I'm actually looking at 4 hour and or 1 hour and 4 hours now, as we do appear to have the correct amount of data that we need for some good tracking. Currently, we have more. Currently, we have the lagging line below price line. We have conversion line below baseline. This is not looking like a strong buy currently at this point in time, so no FOMO buying. It would become a good indicator, buying indicator or FOMO indicator, about $3.60. I also see on a 4-hour chart another point at which we would see some more buying pressure as well at $4.05. But currently also lagging line below price line and conversion below base. On AMC, on a 1 hour time scale for Ichimoto, remember price usually likes to break up through red clouds and down through green clouds. So this is, I mean, it attempted to try to break through a red cloud, kind of broke through it in the after hours of pre-market this morning. It didn't hold there. We are printing a TD9, meaning there should be a reversal here soon. But we have the conversion line crossing the baseline, lagging line below the price line. So the FOMO point on AMC, I saw at $7.66. We were close to that at market open, but we immediately got a huge push down. So, and then the next point that I saw above that for FOMO entry point would have been at $8.50 for the 4-hour cloud. We have a lagging line below price line, conversion below base. That other point at 8.50 would have been right below the cloud here, right about there. But so long as this market's trashy, we're going to look trash with it unless there's some margin calls that come rolling through. Looks like we might have a little bit of a wedge that we're breaking through right now. I'll go ahead and draw it out just so you can see it. But it does look like we're already kind of managing to break through, or about to. This is a pretty steep wedge. Not really. It could be steeper, but it's not. But you have a little bit of falling volume with falling price. Should be bullish. Should break out going up. Ape probably looks very similar. It is a falling wedge. Volume's intermittent. Both of these should break out going up, but we'll have to see what happens here. Alrighty. Keto says we're holding strong. I think so, man. I think so. I don't see anything that tells me that we should be afraid of anybody not holding. AMC Panda says wind crash. 2 weeks. Kolya says, how much lower do all the hedgies blue chip stocks have to fall before they execute a GD margin call? I'm sure that's swearing right there on the GD margin call, but it's a great question. I don't know their books, man. I would have to know their books to know those kind of numbers. So, and that's not something that I'm going to know. And I don't even know if there's backdoor deals that are being made to avoid margin calls as this is happening. So that's like there's a lot of unknowns that are there, right? It's just that I know that at some point somebody's going to have to break. So that's what we're waiting on. And do what you got to do. Well, it did yesterday. Harry Parrott says, I guess the English bailout isn't affecting the American market. Let's go. It did yesterday. We saw some positive effects yesterday of that bailout happening. That Nord Stream explosion is an awful crazy article. I haven't read it, Z-Wade, but I'm sure there's a lot going on there. Kramer doesn't have any hair. Did he pull it all out? Is it gone already? He pulled out the side stuff too? Yeah, so it wasn't Bank of England didn't get a bailout. Bank of England bailed out. So the title for the day is Bank of England to the rescue. Hello, Gov'nor. Pay the fare or pay the price. If they didn't bail out the pensions, we could have seen a financial meltdown yesterday. So apparently my understanding, or at least from what I've read so far, the bailout that they're planning on, or that they agreed to for those pension plans, should save it for. I read somewhere 2 weeks. I know that sounds. Casey, why did you ever start that? Why? I know it sounds unrealistic, but 2 weeks is what was said. Yep. And then Yo says, buy at any cost. Yeah, at any. That was the part that really stood out in my mind the most, Yo, is the fact that they said at any cost. That shows you how dire the situation is. It really, truly, and honestly shows you the intensity of what it is that's happening here. When you have a banking institution that says we're going to do this at any cost, regardless of whether this is going to impact inflation, we don't care. We are absolutely going to, because if they don't, what's the alternative? What's the alternative if they don't? If they don't, it could mean that they're going to lose just so much money that it's unfathomable. Big Tramp says, wow, we're really repeating September 29th, 2008, 14-year anniversary. Ooh, Joe Ponce says, why did James Bond die? He can't save England anymore. It wasn't a person that killed James Bond. It was a market. No time to save. No time to invest. That'll be his next movie. No time to invest. Invest we trust. I don't know. What other names could we come up with for a great next James Bond title? Invest we trust. Big banks to fail. Oh man. Mega Johnny says, hence all the FUD articles for millennials to buy bonds. Man, I'm telling you, dude, everything that they're telling people to buy is everything that it's all the trash. They are literally telling. I mean, if you want to go out and you want to look at all the trash that's out there, just go look and see what analysts are telling people to buy right now. Watch. ABC says borrow fees, cost to borrow up, lots of little hints. AMC Ape going up. Yep, cost to borrow on. Are we looking at it on this page here? Yeah, cost to borrow 28.11%. Definitely a little bit of a crumb of what's to come. 007 price fall. No time to thrive. Hold member. You guys are better than Reddit. Hold on a second, guys. No, Bruno, stop. I don't know what's out there, but you need to stop. He's whining. I think he's got a, what is it, a bunny or is it a dog? Or is it a squirrel? What is it? Bunny? Oh no, it's not bunny. He just took off running. Is it a squirrel? Is it a dog? Is it a dog? Invest and let die. Golden brick. Oh man. I like golden brick. That's pretty funny. Gosh, man, you guys are so talented at you guys are great at you're really witty. James Bone, Holden Eye. That's funny. The ape with the golden banana. ABC says the only thing they got left to sell are bags. I mean, that's pretty much true. That's really, really true. Blake says, "Oh my God, these movie titles are hilarious." You guys are. I swear, if I didn't know any better, you guys are all a bunch of redditors. This stuff is this stuff is classic. Dude, I gotta write these down. Hold on a second. I'm gonna write these down. These are too good to not write down. I gotta write these. I'm gonna write down every single one of them because I think they're all really funny. Roseanne asked earlier, "What's the CPI?" But I didn't see it. I don't know it. I'd have to give me a few minutes here. Let me write these down. This is more important. I, I really want to write these down. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. I think it started with Z Wade with 007 price fall. I'm just gonna write them. You know what? I'm gonna copy names. I'm gonna copy names. Oh, no, I'm not. Am I? Am I not? No. It's here for history to see. Somebody can come back and see. No time to thrive. Hold member. Golden brick. Invest and let die. Hold an eye. Hold on a second. Don't keep putting them in. Give me a second here. Let me catch up. Gotta keep writing. Let's see here. All right. I think that's it. I got them all. The man with the broken gun. I think I'm gonna stop there. Those are some pretty good ones. Mega Johnny says, Casey, they're trying to desperately trying to get the retail to buy bags. Oh yeah, that's right. They're garbage. Everything's garbage. 007 tendies forever. The spy who dumped me, dude. Thick. Oh man, that might be the winner. I hate to say it, guys, but I think we got a winner. The spy who dumped me. that is my. I think that's my favorite one. Bonds are forever. Oh, that's a great one too. Man, you guys are really on it. You're only short twice. That's another great one. Holy crap, guys! You guys are these are good. These are really, really good. I love it. I think you guys are awesome. Octo Bond. No, we're not going crazy. We're having fun. We're trying to have some fun here while the market's taking a little bit of a trash, turning into trash heaping, a heaping pile of trash. License to shill. Oh, license to shill. Bond. James Bond. License to shill. Moontaker. Damn, you guys are gonna be famous. I'm throwing these in. I'm telling you right now, guys. When I go on break, I'm gonna post this into a subreddit, and you guys are gonna be famous. You just know you can go. I'll link you to it later, and then we can you guys can just, if you want to go there and say like that was me, but I'll give you guys credit. Bonds, junk bonds. Oh jeez, that's bonds, junk bonds. It's so messed up, dude. Why is it so funny? It's so messed up that it's funny. It's so funny, dude. It's not even. I mean, it's so true. That's like that is the epitome of the humor in all of this, is that it truly, honestly, they are junk bonds, and it's it's the Bank of England that's trying to save this thing. Junk bonds. I'm Bond. How may we help you today, sir? I'm here to buy junk bonds. Bonds. Junk bonds. Shaken, not stirred. From the market with love. Diamond hands are forever. Jeez, man. I wish I had my well, I don't have it actually. I wish I had a collection of James Bond movies that I could just kind of like look over and try to come up with some of my own. You guys are so quick here right now. I can't even come up with any of my own. The Bond who loved me. Live and let spy. All right, I'm gonna stop taking submissions. Yeah, I think we got Bond Breaker already. We got Moontaker. I guess we didn't get Bond Breaker. I'll put it in. Agent 801. Oh, Sam, that's good, dude. I love the play on words. Nice. I'm gonna have to add that, but stop putting more in. That's enough. Agent 801. I like it. Shill finger. That just sounds dirty. I like my drink shaking, not shorted. All right, so we seem to have leveled out here a little bit. Let's take a look at this real quick and see what this is looking like. We did break up on this descending wedge here. It wasn't a hard break. It was more or less just kind of a trade sideways out the side of this wedge. However, on Ape, not so much the case. It's really literally going right down to the very end on this one. SSR does trip at 3.042 today, so it hasn't tripped it yet. We did hit a synthetic price failure at 3.042, at 3.24 yesterday, and 21.5% down is at 3.161. So we're below that. Let me go ahead and put in the new low. Just to make sure I record it. 3.1 is 23%, 23.1% down from 403. VIX is at 9.97. Just want to see what that looks like right now. Did we touch? Hold up. Oh man, we almost touched 34.88. Was that wasn't today, was it? That was today. This is saying we hit 34.88 on the daily. Let me go down to the minute and see what it actually hit. The minute. Oh man. Dang. Yeesh. This is another example of what we've been seeing, some weird reporting on this, and you can see that there's a pretty large jump day over day right here, going into the VIX opening up for the day today. But on the minute, it only shows a high of 33.46. On the high for the ticker up top, it says 33.46 as well. But for some reason on the daily, it's reporting a higher number than that. It's showing, oh, that was yesterday. Okay, now I guess I must have been looking at weekly. I had it on weekly, that's why. Yesterday we hit 34.88 as a top. We're not breaking the trend line. So I've got this trend line set up here. This is going to be the resistance line we've got kind of supported from the past. We're going to need to be able to break this resistance line in order to see. I have a feeling what's going to happen here is over the next, what do we got, like two I hate this. I'm really hating the fact that I started the whole 2 weeks thing. Not because I hate 2 weeks, it's just that it comes up so often it's not even funny. I wish I had said 1 week and then we could say 2 weeks at free. But 2 weeks is what I decided on for some strange reason or another. But 2 weeks here does look like what I would expect to see have happen is break through this level of resistance on the VIX, heading up, and then perhaps coming back down and touching, never fully breaking 35 until perhaps maybe this box right here, which is mid to late next month. And then potentially seeing it just really start skyrocketing. So in regards to, somebody was asking, when are these margin calls going to come rolling in? And if I had to guess, like if you really want like a strict answer from me, when you see this break up above 35 and then when it starts to come back down to retest for the breakout, maybe that's when you would see some margin calls come rolling in. Maybe that could be the start of it. But I mean, I'm just gonna tell you guys, like if I know one of the most painful things you can do is to continue to just sit there and watch it's worse. Because last night I had a problem, with the idea that somebody would say, stop watching the line. I don't think it's the line that's the problem. I think the problem is when you look at your account and you see how much money's in there, you see how much is gone, or you look and see, how much, it's changed by. Every time you go and look at those numbers, those are the numbers that really impact you. I haven't looked at those numbers and I can't tell you how long. I haven't looked at them for probably a good, 3 or 4 months. I don't care. It doesn't matter because I know I'm going to hold my position one way or the other. So what's the point in looking at that? It doesn't do me any good to know how much I haven't realized in losses yet because I haven't sold. So it doesn't make any difference what those numbers are. Those numbers mean absolutely zilch, zero, nothing. They mean nothing until I actually choose to sell. That's when they mean something. So the point in looking at those numbers, there is 0 point in looking at those numbers whatsoever. I cannot express to you enough that if you're continuously watching how much it is that's in your account, you're doing the wrong thing. That is not how you should be doing that. You don't sit at a poker table and count how much is in your bankroll. You never, ever do that. You never sit there and count how much is in your bankroll when you're sitting at a poker table, ever. You might count how much is sitting in front of you, But you never ever count what's in your bankroll because you're never supposed to dive into your bankroll to bring it back onto the table. That's it. You never dive into your bankroll. It always sits to the side. So, I think that's where inherently the problem that people make the mistake is they start looking at what the values are showing in their account, and then they start getting stressed because it's like those values used to be so much higher. And it's like, dude, don't look at it. It's not going to help you. You're either going to hold your position or you're not going to hold your position. And so if you're going to continue to look at that, it's just going to cause you more stress. Really, just look at the price and the value on a day-to-day basis and just kind of monitor what's going on and see if you can't find like patterns and changes and things that are happening and investigate. But don't get caught up in the idea of like trying to track like where you're at, Roseanne says, "Don't look, Casey, unless." Actually, Roseanne, I have a pretty low average. I really have a pretty low average. I know we're underneath the average right now, but I have a pretty low average, and it's not gonna sway me. And in fact, if let's just say for example they were to drop the price, and I brought this up the other day, and I love this. This is the best example I could possibly give you guys. If they drop the price of Ape down to $1. There's 4.1 million of us. If you take 4.1 million of us and you divide that into the 515 million outstanding shares that there are of Ape, or 516, I don't care. Take your pick. It's 125 shares a person. At $1 a share, it will cost each of us $125 to buy the entire float again. $125. Bring it on. Bring it on. I cannot wait for them to give me some kind of discount like that. I can double up for 125 bucks. Give me a shot. Give me a shot because I will double up for 125 bucks more than once. I promise you guys. Like, I can't even imagine if they were to give some kind of discount like that. This exercise bike I got behind me. That's probably good for at least probably 7 double ups. Whatever that is. It's at least good for 7 double ups. I'm telling you guys, like it's ridiculous how difficult it is for the institutions to continue to push this price lower. They run so much risk for this price to get low like this. A lot of risk. Clutch Hutch says, I prefer this over the casino. Dude, no kidding, right? Clutch, man, yes, that's what I'm talking about. This is like, I hate, you know what I hate doing, Clutch? I hate it when I'm sitting in a workplace and they come by with those the Super Bowl squares. I think those are such bullshit. It's like, okay, yeah, you want me to put in a $5, you want me to put in 25 bucks a square, and I get a 1% chance at winning? Yeah, sounds like a great bet. Let's do 10 of those, please. Now I got a 10% chance for 250 bucks. That's awesome. Let me sign up for that. Actually, it's less than that. You actually have a 10% chance at 4 different quarters, or some, however they split it up or whatever. But like it's nasty. Like those odds are terrible. These odds are so much better. These are the kind of odds I hate losing, man. I hate losing, and these are the kind of odds that I love because you can tell that you're on the winning side of these kind of odds. These are the really, really good odds right here. Like the odds that they're going to be able to bankrupt this company, they know they're not. They know they're not. Let's see. Harry Parrott says, please drop it to a near $1. Dude, I just can't even imagine. Like the amount of pressure of buying that would come in at $1 a share it would be absolutely redonkulous. Redonkulous. It'd just be nuts. So give me a shot. I'll go for it. I'll bite. I will bite that hook every time. Mega Johnny says the Fed seems to be under mistaken impression that blowing up the global economy will somehow lead to a soft landing for the U.S. Look at the dollar squeeze. Hold on a second. I'll look at here in just a second. Etherzing says, I gave it the off. That's what I feel like every single freaking time they pass those squares around. Etherzings, it's like an offering to just give somebody else money. Like, can we just pick somebody every week to give $25 to? Because I'd rather do that. I'd rather every week we just pass $25 to everybody in the office, take $25 and give it to somebody, and every week somebody else wins, right? And it's not a drawing. It's just, well, let's just do a pyramid scheme, and every week somebody put in $25, and then we'll pay out every week somebody's going to make $25 from everybody in the office, and it just rotates around in circles until you get your turn. I'd rather do that because at least I have a chance at winning at some point. It makes more sense. But anytime you play one of those they pass around those squares, I go like, nah, I'll pass. And then nobody wants to, everybody's like, oh, you're the Debbie Downer, you don't want to play a game. I'm like, dude, the odds suck ass. Why do you want me to put $25 into something that I can't get any winnings off of? Like my chances are like a 1 in 4 chance, or 1 in 100 chance. Or if I buy 4 squares, I got a 4% chance of winning. Yay. Ooh, cool. I put $100 down for a 4% chance. That's awesome. Thanks. No thanks. Pass. I don't know, man. I'm an odds guy. I'd rather give $25 to the parent that comes in that wants to sell candy for their kid for their football team. Let's do that instead, because at least I know it's going to some. At least I know the kid's going to try and get something out of it, and I'm going to get some candy. I don't know. Z Wade says, I describe the AMC play to others. You ever played chess? You're all but checkmate, and the opponent just keeps moving back and forth out of the check instead of shaking hands and accepting it. Richard the Fourth says, sounds like my employee of the month program. Ray says, I just got here, so don't know if this has been addressed. Casey, did you see Al from Boston's AMC video yesterday? No, I don't watch Al. I don't watch anybody who's going to trash my mind. It was really good in regards and proof of AMC price right now at 142,000. It's not proof. Hate to break it to you, Ray, but no, I'm not buying it. I don't think that's proof. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what he showed, but I promise you that the FINRA data was not proof that we're at 142,000 a share. Ice Cream says you do that in the form of taxes already. Hayden's going for a 33.8 close on the VIX today, which is up 10.67% right now. Yeah, so I think Shimmer says Jim Chano said in his latest interview, and I read that earlier, Shimmer, in regards to bondholders owning the company. I think a lot of the bond owners that may be in reference is some of the long institutions like BlackRock and Vanguard. Perhaps maybe that's what he's talking about, and but I think the idea there is that once we sell, once we sell out of our positions, those institutions will have probably majority ownership, and they may be, they'll probably be forced to buy our positions from us, and then they'll own the company at that point. So my guess, Shimmer, is that's probably what he means by that. And I quite frankly think that a lot of the reason that Adam Aaron created Ape was to prevent that from happening. And I think it's kind of short-sighted on Chanos's side to not consider the fact that Adam Aaron could potentially sell the 484 million shares back into the market, create enough revenue out of the 484 million dollars that he could actually do a share recall and actually own majority ownership of his own company. So I think he's a little short-sighted on what it is that he's seeing on a long term for this. But that's just me kind of playing this out of my head, like eight or nine steps ahead in chess. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead. I don't know. Jay Fro's coming in with the who's on a theory today. Yeah, I don't know, man. So what is Adam Aaron going to have for dinner 3 weeks from now? That's a great point, right? That's a great point, myself. We don't know what Adam Aaron's going to do in the future from now. We have no idea. What price he's going to sell the shares at. I'd like to see him sell at a much higher price so that he can at least have enough cash there to be able to do something amazing with it. Mega Johnny says the Fed seems to be under the mistaken impression that blowing. Okay, you put that you put that before, so you want me to go back to it? All right, hold on a second here. I always forget to look how to. I think if I just put a U.S. I never remember what the currency is to look those up. Is it U.S. dollar? U.S. I don't know what to put it at. I always forget what these are. Hold on a second. Let me look up. Let me look up on the side here what it is. Maybe unless one of you guys want to put that up there. What is this? There we go. Give me a second. I don't look at currency. I have never been fond like way back in the early 2000s. A lot of people were into the whole like buying currencies and buying and selling currencies, but like I think that's a waste of time. That's just my opinion. But let me see here. DXY. I always forget that. I don't know why I forget it. Just do. Too many different ones. So this is on a daily chart here that I've got DXY on right now. 101 to 114 and from 5:30, so basically May to current, but it's actually starting to kind of move down right now. Over the last 2 days. Here's a minute chart. Starting to come down. Five-minute chart, 30-minute chart. Whoa, 5-minute chart looked like a head and shoulders. 5-minute chart's looking like a little bit of a head and shoulders here. Let's see, we got like one box, half a box, one box, half a box, one box. Fall, where could it fall to? Give me 1 second. Fall could potentially go to 112. 112 even, or maybe even 110. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to look at, but okay. Yeah, this whole anytime you ever see Ray, I'm just going to throw this out there. Anytime you ever see something egregiously misreported, just chalk it straight on up to a misreporting, and don't blow it out of proportion, because more than likely somebody just did their math wrong somewhere, fat fingered a decimal someplace that they didn't mean to. I don't know. Tons of different reasons why the number might just be not correct. So I would never ever. And one of the things in data analysis, they always kind of tell you is outliers. Anytime you see an outlier that's out there, you are almost supposed to just scrub it and expect that was some kind of bad data that just wasn't reported correctly, or and in my industry, a lot of times, like if it's like a testing kind of phase, if you have some kind of outlier data, you're going to rerun your test again because you want to verify that the parameter is actually reading correctly, that the reason that it jumped actually moved that direction for a reason, and that if you can't find any reason, it's just a bad reported point. But the thing is that everyone's hopium, and they want to jump onto the idea that there's some kind of like amazing price discovery that's out there that's hidden somewhere, and so they try to take these like misreported numbers that some idiot somewhere hit the wrong number in a keyboard, and then everybody starts freaking out, going like, "That's our new price. That's our new price." And it's like, nah, don't do that. Don't fall for those things. You can't grab onto outliers like that and say this must be the truth, because it's not. It's the abnormality. It's not the truth. And quite frankly, that's really what makes our community look really, really bad. When we leech onto things like that and we try to run with it and be like, this is fact. This has got to be right. And it's just like, man, it's not. It's so not right. Don't stop trying to turn it into something more than the fact that it's just bad data reporting. Yeah, it was, Gary. I was looking at DXY. But I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to. I don't want you to be discouraged from looking for things. That's not what I'm trying to say. Always be vigilant. Always be looking for stuff. Always be researching things. But whenever you see somebody reporting something that's like just completely out of the norm, really far out there, question it right off the bat and be like, you know what? I think you might be smoking a little ganja over there. Maybe you need to clear up your mind a little bit and really kind of look at things and decide whether that's the case, or if it's something else, maybe entirely, maybe just a bad reporting of numbers. Maybe you should call somebody. Maybe you should call someone and find out if that's actually what the value was, or if maybe somebody just accidentally made a mistake over there and corrected it. Oh, it disappeared and now it's reporting the right number. Amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, just question people who are trying to blow things out of proportion like that. Um, they're not helping the community at all. Yo saying 3267 for the VIX. I got 3295. Is it coming back down? Hold on a second. Let me check something real quick here. It is 10 o'clock. It's time to take a look at our numbers. I got the VIX up 6.32%. So the VIX might be coming down here. Futures on the VIX is 6.32, and it's currently at 9.18. So it might be coming down. We might be seeing a little bit of upwards momentum. Like I told you guys, I think it was yesterday or the day before, we are going to start seeing more violent swings, more and more and more and more. The more this is going to become very, very, very violent. This entire market is going to get extremely crazy and make very large moves in both directions, and it's going to get it's not going to be it's not going to be for the faint of heart. It will get very, very violent as this happens. So strap in, hold on, grip onto your handlebars if you have to, white knuckle it. But it is going to be a crazy, crazy volatile period of time. I mean, that's what the volatility index is all about. That's the VIX. Volatility index. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And then also, I'm going to talk about two-factor authentication. If you don't have two-factor authentication on your account, you may want to get it. It could help protect you and somebody getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. While you're at it, set it up with a secondary phone number just in case you need to send a passcode to a different phone because something happened to your phone. You never know. You know, risk management here. That's what we're talking about. Let me transfer over a couple screens and we'll take a look at our data. What is this screen? Oh yeah. Alrighty. Here we go. Starting with off exchange, sitting here right next to my, I guess to you guys it would be to my right. To me, I'm pointing to my left, so it's really kind of like stage right, stage left kind of thing for me. Really hard to remember if you guys only knew. Let's see here. Yeah, so like right here, right next to my finger. Off exchange an hour ago was 54.55 for AMC and 12.99 for the EDGX. Extremely a lot of volume early this morning going through there. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 49% in the off exchange and somewhere between 11 and 12%. Let's see where we're at. 55.05 and 11.33. So the EDGX has calmed down, which is the Chicago Board Options Exchange. So those are that's our options volume that's going through there, and so that's kind of normalized out. The off exchange is a little bit high by about 6% for a grand total of 66.38% of our volume going through those two exchanges. Taking a look at Ape. Those were elevated numbers earlier and probably still are. Nope, those have dropped quite a bit. 49.53% through the off exchange and 13.86 through EDGX. So less manipulation through off exchange this morning, but still elevated numbers though. The 49% is right on, but the EDGX is still high by about 1% or 2. 63.39% is the total amount for those two exchanges. Let's take a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, AMC had a reporting of 1.9 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.89. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.35. It's starting to kind of skyrocket up here a little bit. Cost of our average is at 28.26%. Notice that's a lot higher than what it was yesterday. I think 20 might have been the highest we may have seen it yesterday, or 17, somewhere between 17 and 20. So it's definitely higher today. Shares on loan day over day, we had an increase of 1.6 million shares on loan, and I'm estimating about 515,000 shares of that was new short interest. Shares on loan is up, obviously, at 183.9 million because of those new shares that were loaned out. And taking a look at Ape, an hour ago we had 1.13 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.14 million. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.55. Cost to borrow is at 6.36, not rising on this one. Shares on loan for the day today did drop by about 900,000 shares day over day, putting us at a total of 23.97 million shares on loan. Options. This is just going to be for AMC only. Call contracts right now are showing up. An hour ago they were at 7 point. The highest amount of volume was at $7.50 strike. It's now 8. At 7.5 an hour ago there's 3,000 contracts. At 8 there's now 5.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume at a $7 strike, there was 5,000 contracts an hour ago. Now 7.6. Market insinuating that there may be a closing price of AMC somewhere between $7 and $8 for the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape right now, we currently have a price of $10.48. We were on a descending. Man, I thought I drew this out before on here, but apparently I didn't. We're on a descending wedge on AMC plus Ape. Right now, let's see what we're on here. Okay, I just want to make sure. It looks to me like we may be on a descending parallel channel. I just needed to draw it out first to make sure that that was the case. When this breaks out, this should be bullish, heading to the top side. Typically speaking, that happens normally where there's a level of support, which looks like at $10.42. There may be a level of support here. Right about there. So what we tend to see have happen is you'll see consolidation forming, followed by a breakout, leaving out just the tip of the triangle. You'll see consolidation forming in here and then a breakout at some point, and probably inside this box here, which is between 11:18 and 11:34. This is a suggested time frame for a break to the north. To the north, it could. I mean, it doesn't have to be strictly at this line. It could be lower. I don't know. We'll see. We'll end up seeing what happens if it breaks through on the bottom side of this, and I'll draw out a support line. Probably somewhere around like 1029 and suggest the same kind of thing down here as well. Actually, I might as well just do that now since I'm talking about it. Two different possible points for this to break out. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is the first one on the list that I see with a 67% buy to 32% sell ratio. Yeah, how you guys like that? We're still buying this crap as it goes down. Yeah, it's crap, right? They must hate this. They must really be hating. I know they hate this. I know they are hating this. This is not comfortable. Not comfortable. I'm sure of it. Stonko Tracker reporting SSR trip will trip at $6.90 for AMC. Ape trips at 3.042 today. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did return some and then borrowed another 10,000. Also returned. Looks like about 45,000. There's up to 45,000 shares in the ETFs available currently. Do note that the fees rose today from 16% to 20.4% to borrow shares. Borrowing of AMC shares is getting costly. NASDAQ is up 2.7. Sorry, up. How do I look at red and say up? How is that possible? Only in my head do I look at red and say, oh, it's up. It's so wrong. Nasdaq is down 2.75. Dow Jones is down 1.35. S&P 500 is down 1.88. You guys are probably wondering, like, does Casey drive through red lights? That's what I would be wondering. If I listened to me, I would be sitting there going, like, does this guy drive through red lights? I don't know if I ever want to ride with this guy driving. Decline. We currently have more decliners than advancers. This market's looking like trash right now with 5,347 decliners to 1,486 advancers. The VIX is up 8.12 at 32.63. VTI is down 1.92. IWD down 1.45. Tesla's down 4.7. Amazon is down 2.96. Cinemark is I'm sorry, I'm laughing not because of the red light thing. I'm laughing because Amazon is at $114 a share right now. They did a 21 split. So I want to throw this out there because one of the main reasons that I'm watching Amazon is because it is the heartbeat of the economy of the United States of America. If you want to know whether people are buying or selling, or not buying or selling, if you want to know whether or not people are continuing to buy, watch Amazon, right? Like if Amazon's doing well, then our economy is probably doing well. But they had a 20-to-1 split. So if we take 114.32 times 20, you get $2,286. When Jeff Bezos stepped down, I looked at the price of Amazon the day that Jeff Bezos stepped down as CEO of the company, and I just made a mental note of it in my head. I said, remember, $3,500 a share. $3,500 a share was what it was when he stepped down. It is now down to $2,286 a share. But because of the splits, it's now down to 114. So it is getting ridiculously cheap. There's a reason why a lot of these blue chip companies did these splits right before they knew price was going to start running down in this market. Why? Because they really, really, really need to be on the low side of price when the stock market runs down, because nobody in their right mind is going to start buying into something that's that's showing the valuation at or share value at 2,000 some odd dollars. Nobody's going to buy that. Nobody's going to buy it, and so that's why they do that kind of stuff. They really need to kind of pull their money out, be able to have that liquid cash, because cash is king when the market's down, and try and get a lot of new investors to come in and start buying. Cinemark is up 0.2. Doge is down 0.86. Bitcoin's down 0.96. GME is down 6.85. HYMC is down 3.73. HUD is down 4.05. NCMI is down 1.17. Ape is down 7.68. And AMC is down 5.82. Inflow versus outflow. Did I take you guys to the other page? I sure hope I did. Okay, I did. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, approximately $900,000 more on inflow, with 10.18 million shares traded so far after 105 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 37.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares traded before this was over, and I expect us to be on pace for that right now. You can already see we're already over 10 million, so I'm pretty sure we're going to hit that pace unless there's some unforeseen unexpected volume that occurs later on in the day today. I do expect us to hit that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.46, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.26, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more Selling pressure and the buying pressure with an RSI of 45.53, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ape. Hold on a second here. I had a brain fart. Okay, now we're good to go. I really don't want to ride with that guy. we have. Oh man, I cracked myself up. We have $600,000 more in inflow than outflow on Ape, with 5.4 million shares traded for the day to day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. After 106 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 19.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 5 to 25 million. Rate at market open because I forgot to do it earlier in the pre-market. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.76, almost signaling oversold, but definitely below average on RSI. 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.21, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.22, which is below average. I drew a wedge earlier for AMC for Ape, and we did break north on that. Saw what appears to be like kind of a double top up here. We are moving downwards, and we're breaking past this level of support that we had from earlier. Do note that at $3 and 3.042 SSR gets tripped. There's a very good chance that they're going to be pushing for that to create. What do? They generate short exempt volume, and that really helps. It helps a lot when they don't have any shares to be able to divvy out. So the idea that this might run down and tag that and perhaps bounce off of it is very likely. AMC, on the other hand, did also break out of the wedge. Found that twice. Found that level of resistance at $7.27. Finally broke through it on the second time, maybe even the third time. Broke through it, came back down to retest it. We'll see if it looks like it's probably going to manage to break through it here in just a minute. It looks like we're going through a cycle. Let me just look at SPY real quick here. Oops. Stopgap spending bill, huh? Well, we might get some consolidation here a little bit. I think we'll probably find some support here, perhaps right around like 723, 720-ish for AMC. We do have almost 22,000 shares set up here to start buying at 718. Man. So yesterday or 2 days ago, we had like a power outage in my neighborhood. Today, we're getting a power outage again today. Hopefully, guys, I don't get caught up in that. But you never know. Sometimes, in particular where I live, a lot of times when they're doing repairs on power, it tends to cause problems for the innocent, the non-guilty, the people in the neighboring areas. we all end up taking a little bit of a beating. So Yo says, "You're a person." I know. Thank you, Yo, for quoting me. Some of my quotes, maybe if they go down in the history books, will be famous. I don't know. I say weird things. Christian Basilio 22, what up? How's it going? JFro says, Casey, what was the percentage of off exchange when it ran up to 72? Man, I don't know that I was tracking it back then, JFroze, but I'm pretty sure it was. I wonder if you know what? I think I can go back and look it up. Hold on a second. Let me just check that and see, because I think there is a way to see what it was historically. I think. Yeah, there is. Hold up. I might be able to get you that information. It's got, ooh, there's only 24 pages. I wonder if, huh, I can get that for you. Give me 1 second. It's actually not that hard to go that far back. Off exchange. I remember somebody asked me this before, and we looked at it. I don't remember. I know somebody asked me that before. So I'm going to assume that you probably want some of the biggest days that we started moving up. So let me just check something real quick here. So you probably want something at like, I'm going to go with May 24th, because that was like one of the very first days where price. I knew we were heading to special places. I think it was by the 26th, 25th or 26th. Let me see what day is which. 25th. I knew on the 25th that we were moving to good places. So let me look at the 25th and see what off exchange volume was. On the 25th, we had off exchange at 55.4% and EDGX at 11.67. And the combined total of those would have been 67.07%, which is, I consider that to be about 3% higher than an average day. Right during the thick of it, like on 6/1, we had 54.04% going through off exchange and 10.67, and then on 6/2, also another big day for us, it was 49.75 and 10.52. And then when we were on the backside of it, those numbers started increasing. So whenever price starts to fall, that off exchange volume starts to really pick up. Obviously, because people like to buy the dips, so they usually route more of the buy orders. Man, excuse me, that was bad. They usually route more of the buy orders through off exchanges. For Richard the Fourth says 08 chart repeating itself exactly. I think it is. That's what I use, yo. I use off exchange volume. I use chartexchange.com for that. So yeah. Jared Hutto says, not afraid to ride with you, Casey, in the big tramp lowrider. You haven't left that spot since the channel began. That's right, man. That's right. No cops pulling us over, man, because we're always parked here. Powell outage. CD Podorf says, Casey, good morning. Running behind cleaning up debris from the storm, but all is good, dude. Hey, man, I'm glad to hear you're okay. I always forget who's in Florida, but thank you for reminding us, and I'm glad to hear that you're okay, man. That is awesome. Geo68 says, I can't for the life of me decide if I should buy Ape or AMC. And I can't help you. So, I just can't help you. It is a tough choice. It is a very tough choice. I will say this. I'll tell you what, Gio. I'll tell you the same thing that I've been saying for a long time. If you're going to go buy a gallon of milk and you have two different supermarkets to choose from, and that's the only thing you're buying is milk, and they're two supermarkets are the same distance apart, which one are you going to go to if one has a higher price and one has a lower price? The next thing I'm going to tell you is, however, that when you're baking a squeeze cake, one of the most important ingredients that you could possibly have for a squeeze cake is to have the ingredient of short interest. There is way more short interest on AMC than there is on Ape. So, and I didn't say that before. I actually was just, telling people that, milk, when you're buying milk, where you're going to buy it at? You're going to buy it at cheap or expensive. But, I want you to keep that in mind as well, that when baking a short squeeze cake, short interest is one of the more important factors to causing your squeeze cake to be a squeeze cake. If you don't have a whole lot of short interest, it doesn't mean that you can't have a squeeze cake. It just means that it may be an artificial squeeze cake, if that makes any sense. Adam says, "Yo, Casey, it's your money ultimately, Geo. It's your money, it's your choice. I know it's a really, it's a tough decision, but you're not the only person struggling with that. I'll leave you with that." Adam says, "Yo, Casey, what's your thought on the FINRA glitch showing the price of 13K? Or actually, it's 130 something, right? Glitch. And other than that, it's just a glitch. I don't view it as being anything else other than somebody fat fingering a number somewhere, or getting, something got messed up in the system, and a bad reported number came through." Weekend Warrior says, "Another 2% drop on SPY from here would be margin call, you think?" I can't, there's no way for me to really know what that is, Weekend Warrior. If I had to guess, and this is just a guessing thing, but I really would need to know the books on every single one of these institutions, and there's just no way for me to know that. If I had to guess, though, if I were going to be a guessing person, when it comes to looking at the VIX, usually when there's the most volatility, what I would tend to think happens is when it breaks past 35 and you start seeing a retest of 35, maybe that during that retest period of time, that's when those margin calls would be rolling in, and then that's when you see the explosion shortly thereafter of VIX heading upwards to the 80 range. So just kind of throwing that out there. I don't really know. There's no way for me to possibly know what their books or their financials are like, or any of their backdoor deals that they may be working with banks to keep themselves out of trouble. So it's literally, I really feel like, Weekend Warrior, that asking that question, or even trying to ponder it, is impossible. I don't think any person could possibly know the answer to that. And not only did they not know the answer, but it would be a changing answer. Like on a day-to-day basis, that number would probably change, and by a large factor. There's just no way to know. Yeah, Doge, El Doge, if you're listening, let us know. El Doge was a not was, but is a I don't know if El Doge was down in Florida. I don't know where El Doge is from. I do know that El Doge had a birthday. I think it was yesterday. I lose track of time sometimes. I forget which day is which. Heat map for the S&P shows only 13 gainers and 485 losers. Yikes. Yeah. Captain Awesome, I don't want to go there. I don't. Captain Awesome said, "I would say buy Ape because it's cheaper, and if when AMC absorbs Ape, you'll have more shares." Correct. Question mark. And I can't go there. There's a lot of different factors that to consider when it comes to thinking about it. There's so many different things that could happen. How high one squeezes to in price could be a factor that you may be wanting to consider. Another thing that you may be wanting to consider is which one squeezes first. There's so many different aspects to this. This is kind of one of those things where it's like I can't really tell you a good answer because there's not a good answer. I don't know what's going to happen. It was a lot easier when we had one stock to worry about. We've got two now that we're paying attention to. Clutch Hutch says SPY 2022 does look like 2008 on steroids. Not only will it look like 2008 on steroids, but the time frame should be rushed as well. And I was kind of pointing that out yesterday. Somebody asked for a overview of 2008 versus today, and I posted this up here on the screen for y'all to see. And what you're going to see here is that different. Like if I line up the very beginning portion of 2008's in the blue. And then currents in the red and green. And if I line up the past to current, you can see here that some of these patterns I have to time-wise. I only adjusted the size. I didn't adjust the time on this, but I have to move this backwards to make the falling points start to line up again. And so you can see that as I move this backwards to get the points to start lining up, that it doesn't match anymore, right? Like the timing is quicker. The timing of all of this is much quicker. So we're moving at an accelerated pace to 2008, and more than likely, well, not more than likely, definitely at a much more, what did you guys say? You said steroids. On steroids, yeah, because I did increase the price value on this to align it with where we're at currently. So we're on a more aggressive pace and a more aggressive time frame. Sam says, did you see that that it's being reported BlackRock threatened to halt trading yesterday because of the UK mess? I did not hear that. That is news. Wow. So for those of you guys who don't know what Aladdin is, go check it out. Just go YouTube Aladdin, type in BlackRock Aladdin, and just look for the very first reporting that you've got. Oh yeah. Mega Johnny says, remember you are the carbon they are trying to reduce. What is that, Johnny? That sounds like a threat, man. I know you mean it in general, but oh, Doge Cult member. Doge Cult member, if you're here, give a shout out. We were trying to contact Doge on the side, not El Doge, but Doge Cult member. And I don't know where to get a hold of them. I've never had any like side messages that I don't think I've ever had with them, or if I did, they go by a different name, and I didn't link the two. So actually, give me just 1 second here. Let me just make sure something. There. I don't have any connections. It's all right, Mega Johnny. I understand the reason why people are asking. It's a tough decision. It really is a tough decision, and I know they're not trying to put it on me. But I can't make those choices for you. They're tough choices. I get it. I really do get it, and there's so many different aspects to this that are to be considered when it is that you're deciding to make a position. And not only that, I mean, you want to throw in one little extra piece. Go read from page 19 to page, I don't know, 25 of the prospectus that they just released when was that? Last week? I can't remember when it was now. This week on Monday? Yeah, Monday. Go back and look at the prospectus that they just released and read from page 19 on. Doug says, Casey, what is the next synthetic price failure for Ape? Sorry, I've been real busy with the hurricane. We've already triggered the synthetic price failure with Ape, and it occurred at $3.24. So whenever we punched through 324, we triggered it. And sorry to hear your electricity's still out. Since I know you're on a phone, be careful, man. Don't use it on this junk. We'll be here when you get back. Save the electricity. Save your phone for emergencies. Sam says Financial Times is reporting that about BlackRock. Okay. Cashflowin says, Casey, this time is way different from 2008. This time the banks are extending consumer credit to create assets on their books. 2008 banks were reducing credit limits. Today they are expanding credit. I mean, it's almost as if Cash, and I'm just going to call you Cash because it's fun. It's almost as if the banks know that this is going to end in a way to where they're absolutely going to be bailed out in some fashion or another. Now, I have a theory on what that is, but, that's tinfoil hat stuff right there. Bird Eye View Photography says, if BlackRock stopped trading, everything could drop 70% because all their trades amount to that much of the global market. Yep. Oh, ready for some MOASS? You know it. You know the average investor has more than 120 shares. We already done. I actually put up a poll one day where I said 250, and we had like 90% of the people in here. Now, of course, I know that most of the people watching here probably care a little bit more than the average investor, but I'm pretty certain that the average person holds well over 120. It is actually 125 shares that you would need to own the float, but yeah, you're not wrong. Actually, well, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I hope so too, yo. I have no way to reach out though. I have no way to contact them. Cash says credit card limits are not getting reduced like 2008. Even with great credit banks, we're ganking consumers. It's almost like the banks don't believe that it's going to fail. ABC says 300,000 shares available to borrow, lasted 15 minutes, back to zero. Don't doubt it. It's funny that you guys are saying BlackRock, that, and everything else. For a long time, I've been saying that I'm not sure exactly why we've been considering Larry Fink, or sorry, I said the wrong name. Ken Griffin to be the person we're so against, when in actuality it should be Larry Fink. You want to know who the real evil person is behind all of the terrible things that are happening in the market? It's Larry Fink. It really, truly, and honestly is Larry Fink. And that's my opinion, and I stand by it, and I'm allowed to have an opinion. He's gonna come after me. But yeah, I really, truly, and honestly believe that he is responsible for everything that happens in this market, the way that it happens. it wouldn't be happening the way that it is if it wasn't for him. Cash says they're suckering consumers. See, Cracker Max heading down my my tinfoil hat theory. Other Things has 9.99999 shares. That's right. That's right, Other Things. We all have 10 shares. I forgot. Except for you. You got 9.9999. Mega Johnny says, I remember I was working for a restaurant company and they got their capital loan ganked and lost 4 stores that were being built in 2008. You know, this all goes back to my post that I posted in Twitter, like I don't know, a day or two ago. Was it 2 days ago? I think. Uh, it just came to my realization that they've stolen our homes. The stores that we have memories in, our retirements, our bailouts, and our money. They've stolen our our football and baseball, our recreational gaming places. They've stolen everything that it is that we have. They've stolen our past. They've stolen our entire past. We're here to collect those debts from the greed that they've had that has stolen our past. And that's part of the reason why I'm here to record it, because I'm telling you what, guys, I really, truly, honestly believe that this is going to be one epic story to be told in the future. An incredible story that, like, I don't even know, I don't think any of us, not even I, understand how epic of a story this is. And people are going to want to know what happened. Remember, Citadel restricted customers from withdrawing money, so they're expecting a run on withdrawals. Yep. Bird Eye Photography said Larry Fink started BlackRock in 1988. Yep. I'm telling you right now, guys, I really, like, we focus on Ken Griffin so much. I really believe Larry Fink is responsible for everything that's happening. Jabib says, at what price is taking a new short position suicidal? Months ago. Yo says BlackRock has become the cryptocracy we were warned about. You know what's really weird, guys, is that I witnessed I want to say it was probably like 8 months ago. Maybe it was less than that. I don't know. I can't remember exactly when it was, but there was an active attempt within our own community to steer away people from the idea that BlackRock was involved in anything whatsoever. In fact, there's a lot of people talking about how great BlackRock. I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but a lot of people were starting to talk about how great BlackRock was for continuing to be one of the biggest holders of AMC. And I tell you guys right now, man, it was total. I truly and honestly believe that a lot of it was coming from people who were purposely put into in our groups in our community to convince us that BlackRock was on our side. And I can't even begin to tell you how stinky that was for me to hear, and how fishy I knew something fishy was going on as soon as I started hearing that. I was like, no, 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 no. BlackRock's responsible for a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it's just it gave me chills to see that there were legit people in our community that were starting to say positive things about Larry Fink, and trying to create a narrative that Larry Fink was on our side, and it's just not the case. Mega Johnny says reports are that Citibank is locking accounts and preventing some accounts to withdraw even in person. Oh, that's awesome. That's gonna get wait. Oh man. Oh man. You just wait when people can't. That's gonna hit the media hard. Othering says Black Shock crushing renters, consumers, and our fond memories. Yeah. Um. You know what, Bird Eye View? At some point, I think you're correct. You will see cost of borrow hit over 100% before we start to squeeze. I think you will see that. Yes. It'll be over 101%. I'm pretty sure it'll be much higher. Important market DD and DM. Checking it now. Okay. All right. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna copy this. We've got an update here. I feel like this is shareable. I don't think I have to ask for permission. I got to share with you guys some important market DD because I just got hot cotched. Ah! almost on fire. Oh man. Thanks for the laugh, man. I never know with you, doctor. I never know if it's a laugh or if it's real. Jordan says Casey just finked himself. Rip. Well, maybe I did. Yes, I do believe the $10 haircuts still exist, and yes, I think they are definitely a thing. And our combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $10.38. If BlackRock threatens to stop trading, isn't that threatening people's lives by livelihood? Maybe in a roundabout way. Sure. I don't know. Wachovia was reported to have the FDIC step in to manage accounts as 5.6 billion was withdrawn last month alone. I mean, guys, when the baby boomers start realizing that it's go time, you know, it's going to be hard to stop big money from leaving the markets. And when big money starts leaving the markets, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to get ugly really, really quick. All right, so I'm going to be real careful about this because I don't want to just go off of hearsay. RB. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything like that, but I'm gonna be real careful about this because I don't want everybody to start I don't know how to say this. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. I'm not trying to be. I'm gonna be arbitrary about what it is that I say, and when people start putting in stuff like that, I'm gonna be very careful about making sure that I probably don't read those things. You guys can read it. You obviously can read what's going on in the chat. I'm not gonna read it out loud. I'm just gonna read what it is that you have to say. But I acknowledge it, RB, and I'll just say that. How's that? I think that should work out. I acknowledge what it is that you said, RB. That sounds like it sucks, but I'm not going to read it out loud. Anthony says, "Can we please discuss the real topic sweeping the country? Does Cooper Rush deserve to be the Dallas Cowboys starting quarterback? Yes, he does. I don't even know who that is. Cooper. Why did I say Copper? I don't know why I said Copper. Hitler threatened lives with policies. Dr. Zeno's laughing at me because I got hot cotched. Sammy Boy wants me to spit it. I gotta be real careful about what I talk about, guys. Yeah, no, RB. I understand. I totally understand how you feel. Uh, what I would do is I would call him back again. I would bother him until and I would ask to speak to a supervisor. Next time, say, I'd like to speak to a supervisor. Could you please? I was hung up last time. I would like to speak to a supervisor. If that happens to you again, make it happen 3 times. If it happens to you 3 times, and you've asked to speak to supervisors, then I would report it to shoot, probably some same place. Yeah, I would have reported the us not getting our shares as well. So report it to. Let me give you a link. Hold up a second. I'll pass you a link here. You can report it there. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm pulling it up. But you're going to need to document the phone calls. And then I would head to that website that I just listed right there and report it there. I think that's going to be the best route for you to take. Yeah, everybody's saying FINRA, and that's what I listed. I just gave you the direct link to the complaint section. You're welcome, Marby. Yeah. What Yo said right there too. Get a screenshot of your portfolio value, and FINRA is going to ask you for some information. You're going to need some information. Thank you for pointing that out. Yo is doing a great job here, and adding to what I forgot to mention is that you're going to need some information to send to them. That website will ask you for pieces of information. So go to the website, look at the information that it is that you're going to need to get in advance, so that you know what it is that you're going to need. One more thing, Arby. One more thing before you go. Treat the people on the phone that you're talking to with the utmost respect. Do not treat them like you're angry. Go into that very professional, very precise. Do not be angry. Don't have any kind of inflection in your tone. Be very cordial. It is not you being angry. Don't be angry. Angry is not the way to go because you could get your account flagged and you could just be considered an irate customer for whatever reason. Do not approach it with anger. It is simply a business transaction and you need to treat it as such. Do not treat them like they're drive-through employees at a restaurant where your burger didn't come out right. Which you shouldn't even treat those people that way anyways. But you know what I'm saying? Like you've seen the videos. You've seen the videos. Don't be those people. Very, very cordial. There's no reason for anybody to be disrespected by anybody when they're just trying to do their job. And I know it's frustrating. Boy, do I know it's frustrating. I know you want to yell. I know you want to get angry. Uh, but there's a right way to do this and a wrong way to do this. I wanted to say Karen. Trust me, bro. I so badly wanted to say Karen. I just didn't want to say it. And don't comply to policy that doesn't relate to law. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but okay. Mega Johnny says, Casey, can we take a second to thank all the linemen out there in the NFL fixing Mother Nature's tantrum and the first responders out there? Yes. Yes, we can take a moment to thank them for that. I didn't even know that they were doing anything, but um, trying to think how we can take a minute to thank them. We'll do it to a toast today. Hold on a second. I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna go through and maybe we'll do it in the toast. We'll do it in the toast today to thank everybody. It looks like you said, oh, you just said linemen, and I think you meant like the people who are fixing like power outages and not like a football team lineman. Sorry, but yeah. To all of the to all the service um, to all the service reps working to um, get utilities back up in Florida. We'll give a shout to them and do a toast. Yucca Frida says, Casey, does the spice flow in your power grid? I don't even know what the heck that means, man. What the heck? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, it's funny because it looked like you were saying, I couldn't tell if you were saying NFL because it says they're in FL fixing. I wasn't sure if that was NFL fixing Mother Nature. Yeah, I see you meant Florida. I was like, there's linemen from a team in Florida helping out to fix things. That's cool. Okay, so apparently there's no Florida linemen helping to fix things and clean things up out there. But there should be, because they can't play any games right now. At least not in their state. I don't know. Maybe they can. I don't know where the stadium is. Shimmer says, Casey, do you think Ape has a chance to squeeze above the first day's highest trading, which was over $10 at some point before it fell and closed? What was the issue price of Ape first day trading? Yeah, I definitely think it can get over $10. Absolutely, I think that's a no-brainer. As to far as like what was the issue? I think the issue was that somebody decided. I think you had a bunch of brokers out there who went out and bought a bunch of shares on day one, and then they very quickly found out 2 days later that they couldn't use them and started selling them back into the market back again. So you saw a lot of sell pressure that started occurring. But meanwhile, there was shorting that was going on at the same time. So I mean, there's so many different things. I mean, they're always trying to attempt to bring down price to scare investors. Woodstock says, "Is there any reason to be worried?" You know, it all depends on how you want to look at it, Woodstock. It really does. You know, I feel like I'm holding a royal flush in my hand. Now, uh, if I was sitting at a table with a royal flush, with a poker hand royal flush, I wouldn't be worried. I wouldn't be worried at all. If I was sitting at a poker table with a royal flush and I had a bunch of guys with guns on the table and you know, looking like they wanted to shoot me, I'd be a little afraid. I'd be a little worried. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it depends on what kind of perspective you want to take on this. Um, you know, in regards to what's happening here, there is no 100% to anything in life. Anybody who ever tells you that there's a 100% to anything in life is dealing in absolutes and is wrong. So I can't give you any promises. There is always reason to be worried about something, right? But I wouldn't worry about it. I would just be vigilant in making sure that you're monitoring things and I don't know what to say. And rock strong. Mega Johnny says, yes, there are 42,000 electricians and linemen out there working to restoring power in record time. That's awesome, man. I saw all the trucks in a post last night, I think, where they had all the trucks set up and ready to go, staged. I don't know who who was dealing with the mayor. I would assume it's the mayor or something like that, right? Whoever the mayor is for that area over there certainly is setting up their system to be successful on a recovery. So props to whoever's running the show over there, I guess, right now, right? I think. I mean, I guess we'll see how it all turns out. Mo says, "Hey Casey, AMC and Ape made me stop drinking, but I started sniffing glue. You really need to eat crayons. That is the next step. You've kind of I feel like you bypassed the eating crayons and went straight to eating or sniffing glue and eating Play-Doh. But you know, whatever, each to their own." Cash says, "Casey, are you in a casino or neighborhood? Is the house? Who's gonna pay?" Oh, I think I get what you're saying. There's going to be a lot of payers. Ultimately, your broker is going to be the payer. And I know a lot of people don't really talk about this a whole lot, but it is ultimately going to be your broker that pays you. I mean, you're gonna have to buy and sell your trade through your broker, so that's who's going to technically pay you specifically. Now, who in the end is going to pay? It's going to be everybody. Everybody's going to be paying. Everybody is paying. And I quite legitimately mean everybody. And I'm not even being facetious. This money is coming from everybody. It's coming from institutions, it's coming from banks, it's coming from other retail investors, it's coming from the government, it's coming from everybody. I didn't say hedge funds, but I included them in the institutional part. Mitch says, take comfort. You know you're part of a group that's over 4 million strong. You're not alone. Mitch, I am not a man of words. I'm really not. I mean, I have lots of them, but none of them are all that great. as as seen by my quotes that I'm quoted on all the time. Thank you for being that person, Mitch, and stepping up to the plate and having that amazing piece of advice right there. Those are the kind of words I wish I had. Yucca says, Casey, does BlackRock have the power to halt the market? I think they do. I mean, if you figure that 70% of all trades in the market go through in some form or another go through BlackRock, then yeah, kind of. Sam says, Casey pictures football players up on electrical poles. No, no, I was picturing them doing the cleanup part of it. That's the part that he said. He said cleanup, and I thought, I was envisioning football players with brooms going around pushing pushing water with brooms because that's a good idea. Sorry, that's so bad. That's my humor. Ooh, Anthony says, only thing I'm worried about is the possibility of losing relationships with family or friends if they keep believing what they see on TV when we retail get blamed for all this. We're gonna have a tough job ahead of us, but I have a feeling that the apes are gonna do a really good job of making sure that the world knows that we're not bad, and that the bad came from someplace else. I have a feeling we're gonna do a great job of that. I don't want to be your 5 reasons, millions. I really don't want to be. I want you to have your own 5 reasons, and it has nothing to do with me. That's what I want. Sam says, in your imagination, were they wearing shoulder pads and helmets? No, very tight shirts and what do they call those pants that you wear for when you're wading around in water? Knickers, big rubber knickers on. That's what I imagined. The image really did go through my head because they knew they were going to be on TV, so they were like, "We're going to wear these tight shirts. Yeah. Gotta look tough while we're sweeping this water." Yucca Frida says, Casey, so basically BlackRock is the biggest crybaby in town. The rules of the game don't apply to them when they're losing. It never does, man. It never applies when they're losing. Absolutely. All right, I gotta do numbers. N-word. What? Knickers. I said no. No pants. I was like, wait, what? I didn't say that. Oh man, that's not what I said. Don't you even start with me, Pumpy. Dang it. Oh man, that's so bad. That is terrible. You're terrible, Pumpy. No. No. What the heck, man? That's not right. Nick, N-I-C-K, Knickers. Jeez, you guys are terrible, N-I-C-K. Oh my gosh. It's so wrong. What the hell? That is just so wrong. I would never ever say that. That is so wrong. I'm kind of not even. I'm kind of a little offended, just a little bit here, because I would never say that. That's so not cool. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Segue into numbers here, because dang, that's like, I mean, it's one thing to like say that I'm selling candy out of the back of my van, but man, I mean, they're both really bad. They're both really, really bad. I don't like either one of those. I don't know. Those are really bad, both of them. I gotta change my image. I gotta get rid of this van. I really need to get rid of this van is what I need to do. I think my image is being tarnished here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help prevent you from having something terrible happen to your account. I don't know what. You never know. But it's worth having the added protection. So why not? Try it out. See if you like it. If you don't like it, get rid of it. And but when you do set it up, make sure you get a secondary phone number in there, just in case something happens to your phone and you need to send it to another place. You've got it set up in there. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page. So hold those thoughts specifically for me, because I'm not even going to read. I'm not even going to read the comments to what it is you guys are saying about what I just said, because I didn't say it. And so let's see here. Moving on. Let's see. What do we got going on for off exchange? An hour ago we had 55.05% and EDGX was at 11.33. It is now currently showing that we have 58.43% of our volume going through the off exchange and 10.28 going through EDGX. That's 68.71% of our volume going through there. Those are high numbers. Let's take a look at Ape. That's high by about 4.5%. Ape is sitting at 53.63 and 12.10 for a combined total of 65.73 of the volume going through Ape. That's a little bit closer to what we should be on target for a normal day in off exchange trades. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.89 million shares having been borrowed for AMC. That number is now being reported at 3.59 million shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float is going to rise due to that to 19.37%. Cost of our average is at 28.92. My mind fails me, but I feel like that's a little bit higher than it was earlier this morning. Shares on loan for the day today is 1.6 million shares on loan, more than there were yesterday at 183.9 million shares. 515,000 of that I'm kind of estimating to be in new short interest day over day. For Ape, an hour ago there was 2.14 million shares having been borrowed. It's now that's going to raise these. Probably not going to change anything on the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 7.52%. Cost of our average is at 6.42. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased day over day by 900,000 shares, all that in short interest. Shares on loan currently being reported at 23.97 million. Taking a look at the options, this is just for AMC, not AMC1. On AMC, an hour ago, the highest amount of call options that we had was at a strike of $10 with $8 with 5.5 thousand contracts. It is now back down to $7.50 for the strike, and there's 7.7 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume at a $7 strike. An hour ago, 7.6 thousand contracts, and it's now 9. Market's still kind of insinuating that we may be having a closing price somewhere today between $7 and $7.50. Taking a look at AMC and Ape combined price. Earlier I had posted or showed you that there was a descending parallel channel, which is a bullish trend. When it breaks out, I suggested there may be a breakout point here where it looked like there might be a level of resistance in price moving down, and it did manage to break below that. Did find some support here right around $10.30 and started to consolidate sideways. I wouldn't say it's really broken out of this yet, out of this trend, but we are at $10.33 at a combined price between AMC and Ape. Let's see. Ape is first on my list here for the 3 stocks that I look for on the top 30 list for orders by Fidelity customers. Ape has 70% buy to 29% sell ratio, looking very, very strong here. Let's see, GME is on the list as well at 73% buy to 26% sell. People are buying this dip. Absolutely buying the dip. AMC is not on the list though. Likely due to low orders, or they're just not going to report till the end of the day like they've been doing for a hot minute. SSR triggers today for AMC at $6.90, for Ape it triggers at 3.042. And let's see here. We have, as was said earlier, we had 300,000 shares that were returned and immediately borrowed back within 16 minutes. We did not have any ETFs that were borrowed during that time, so we did have an additional 300,000 shares that were borrowed. Let's see. That's going to put us at, what the heck? I have a really weird number in here. I think I meant, it's going to put us at 450,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day, according to Ortex. Do note that the fees are still rising. They were last seen at 20.4 before rising to 21.9%. Those numbers are very, very high. This is just to borrow, just the borrowing fee. It's not including the cost to borrow. That's different. Cost to borrow is the percentage rate that they're getting over time. Fees is how much it's going to cost them to open up the loan in the first place. Very, very high numbers. It's starting to get difficult to borrow. Taking a look at the rest of the market right now, we've got the NASDAQ is being down 2.76. Dow Jones is down 1.33. S&P 5 down 1.91. We currently have a very trashy looking market right now. Watch out, the floor is hot lava. It'll burn you. 5,213 decliners to 1,621 advancers. The VIX is up 6.1. VTI is down 1.95. IWD is down 1.53. Tesla is down 5.81. Amazon is down 2.78. Cinemark is up 0.52. Doge is down 0.83. Bitcoin is down 0.91. GME is down 7.1. HYMC is down 4.68. Hood is down 3.75. NCMI is down 5.96. Ape is down 10.24 and has triggered officially SSR. And AMC is down 5.67% for the day. AMC is, hold on a second. AMC is currently showing just about $1 million more in inflow than outflow. Very, very low volume. Let's see what we got going on here. So after 167 minutes of trading, we're looking at a pace of 29.5 million shares by the end of the day today on AMC. So we're inside my 10 to 30 million that I guessed right at market open because I forgot to do it earlier in the pre-market. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.23, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.87, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.42, which is below average. On Ape, we currently have $1 million more in inflow than outflow, with 7.6 million shares having been traded after 168 minutes. Putting us at 17.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested right at market open that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're right on pace for that as well. On the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.16, which is signaling oversold. And not only that, but we're crawling down the bottom side of this Bollinger Band really hard. I would expect to see price move back up to the simple moving average at the very least, which is at 3.31. Very least. I feel like I said leech. Very leech 3.3. So I imagine this bouncing perhaps and heading back up towards the 3.3 range before too long. Also on a 30-minute interval, we have more. What do we have? Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure on a 30-minute interval with RSI at 23.03. Which is below average, and on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.93, which is below average. Trying to get an idea for where we're heading here. We look to be in a very steep wedge, and I would expect to see this breakout going north. I don't know. Well, these are very difficult to predict, but if the market's going to continue to drop, which it doesn't seem to be doing currently, SPY is I mean, it is dropping right now, but I have a hard time imagining Ape continuing to drop through this. It is pretty steep here. Not the steepest I've ever seen, but it's pretty aggressive. We'll see. I mean, they could still try to drop this some more. AMC, on the other hand, not so much, kind of acting more like the SPY is acting currently. Let's go ahead and see if we can figure out where this one's headed. What do we got going on? It looked like we were perhaps maybe on an ascending parallel channel, and then it broke out of that, and we may be forming or setting up a bit of a bearish triangle. But if it's not a bearish triangle, which is going to be right here like this, which it looks like it is trying to break through, it may be a descending wedge. So we'll watch and see where that goes. I'm kind of surprised right now. The VIX is heading up, or down rather. The VIX is heading down, but it seems like mortgage-backed security, or not mortgage-backed security. SPY is heading. Oh, wait a minute, that was news. What did it say? News. No, that's not what I wanted. Nebraska Attorney General statement says 6 Republican-led states sue Biden administration to block student loan forgiveness plan. The SPY also looked like it might have been on an ascending parallel channel as well. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, we may get some more downwards movement on the SPY. Which will mean more down movement on AMC and Ape. Oops, I left you guys with some bad data. Give me 1 second while I sign back into my account here. Alrighty, I can see what it is you guys are writing, but I'm gonna head to break here in about 5 minutes. Jathan Robinson, welcome. This is a great learning place. Ask all the questions you want to ask. Definitely don't mind answering questions. Always make sure though you're waiting for. You got to see the lowrider big tramp on the page in order for me to be able to see what it is you were writing. Neo's having flashbacks to his younger years of having wedgies. James of Arizona says 100% of my best years was jumping in lows after the last crash. Christian Basilio says unbelievable. They drop it so low now I can afford extra shares. Average downtime LFG. This is what I'm talking about, man. Like this is the biggest risk that they run by dropping the price as much as they have. Is that we're not going anywhere. We know the stock's a good stock. Why wouldn't we be averaging down? I mean, it makes the most sense. Like it's not. There's no incentive for us to do anything else other than that. It's a sick game for him. Steve, yes, I can see you. What's the question? James of Arizona says, sheesh, Berkshire stockholders have some diamond hands, down 135K from the top. Dang, Neo. That's a lot. That's a lot of food. A 10-inch pizza. Johnny says, Bazinga is reporting Jim Chanos is both long and short AMC and Ape, two conflicting articles minutes apart. I know I read one earlier that was reporting that he was. There's some bad reporting there for sure. I read the same thing because I saw a news the where he was actually on TV. They were saying that he was short on AMC and long on Ape, and then I saw a news article earlier this morning where they got it backwards. So I don't know. I don't know. Jathan, thank you for correcting me. One of the very first things that you're going to find out is that I do a terrible job at pronouncing names unless you have a really cool one like Hakach. But Jathan, thanks, man, for correcting me because I am really bad about that, and I will try to remember it's Jathan. Thank you. What did SSR do? So typically speaking, what happens is there's some specific rules that are changed. You're not supposed to be able to short the stock down when price isn't moving in an upwards direction. The other part that it does is that it creates a legal period of time, which is today and tomorrow, where where market makers are legally allowed to create short exempt volume due to low liquidity. So and I think really that's the key part to all of this. So imagine where there's not a whole lot of shares out there to be traded. Somebody having to create synthetic positions in order to force trades to go through the market would end up being beneficially not beneficial. It would not be a beneficial thing to have happen. But they need it. They need it as a release valve to be able to make the market. No, it prevents shorting on downticks, Maccabees. I believe it's on downticks. So like if they can't, the price has to be moving upwards for them to be over a certain period of time in order for them to short it. Like they can't short while the price is moving down. Yeah, Neo corrected it as well. Steve says, okay, Larry Finkel and Adam Aaron are both members of the CFR. What are your thoughts on this council and Adam Aaron's involvement? You're gonna, oh man, Steve, you're gonna make me go into like conspiracy stuff. Mm. Look, I'm gonna say this, Steve. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the CEO of this company is trying to save this company or not? That's what you're gonna have to that's what you're gonna have to sit down and ask yourself. You can start drawing up as many links and conclusions as you want to, because guess what? I don't know if you've ever heard this, the Kevin Bacon theory or whatever it is. Kevin, I don't remember what it is, but there's like 5 points of separation between us and any other person out there. You're always going to be able to find links between two different people. It doesn't matter where you look. That's how this world works. It works because people have connections. So if you want to start drawing lines between us, our CEO, and people out there that are maybe potentially bad people, you're gonna find them. I promise you, you're gonna find them. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like I don't know what you want me to say about it. Yeah, okay, they're connected. The question you have to ask yourself though is do you think Adam Aaron's trying to save this company? And my answer is to that is yes, he absolutely is. I don't see anything. I have seen nothing that makes me think that he does not want to save this company. You want to go look at a CEO that doesn't look like they want to save a company? Go look at Bed Bath and Beyond. Go look and see what that board's been doing with that company. That's a company over there that doesn't has a CEO that doesn't give two craps about whether that company closes or not. Right? Don't don't start drawing these conclusions that there's some kind of like nefarious BS links between our CEO and other people unless you want to just trash on the stock that it is that you own. If you own something, you should be supporting it, not trying to draw conclusions that the person who's running the company is some nefarious individual when everything that it is that they've done makes it look like they've tried to save the company. And yes, I did see. Do you? How about this, Steve? Do you know that Charlie's video? Do you know that Charlie's doesn't is not an AMC holder, and that he despises AMC holders because in his mind AMC holders turned him into a bag holder on GME. In his mind, that's what he thinks. But in actuality, a lot of people who hold AMC are actually GME holders as well. So that's take where you're getting your information from, man. You need to really clear your mind and start realizing like where it is you stand. Like what is it you stand for? What do you what are you looking for? Are you looking to find negative things about the company? Or are you looking to try and fix this company and make sure it gets back on its feet again and supporting the idea that this company is going to be a great thing in the future? What do you want? What do you want to achieve? Because you're going to get what you find, what you're searching for. It's not just an observation though, Steve. You're Think about your words. Your words play an impact. Every single, there's 256 people that are watching right this second at every word that you type in there. And you're pointing out some links between Larry Fink and Adam Aaron. When there's 256 people watching this and you're creating that narrative. Think about that. You own this stock, man. If you truly own this stock, why are you making those kind of connections? Do you just not want to be a part of owning AMC? Because if you don't want to own AMC, just sell it. Get rid of it and move on. Otherwise, get behind the company and support it and have that drive for making sure the company is better. But stop trying to be that person that's looking for negative things in this. You know what I'm saying? Like you really have to clear your mind, man, and know who it is that you're following. Charlie is not on our side, man. Charlie is not an AMC supporter at all. Now, if you want to use Charlie for his information regarding like some of the DD that he does on NSCC filings or DTCC filings, the dude is amazing. I'll give you that. He's amazing, but don't start walking away with his tinfoil hat crap. Because if you start taking that away, if you start walking away with his tinfoil hat crap, you're just siding with him. Millions, I don't give a crap about that stuff. Millions is like 250 people, only 70 likes. Come on. I actually tell millions, I tell people to hit the dislike button. You know, because it drives me more to see people hit the dislike button on a daily basis because it tells me I'm doing something right. You know, the only people who come in here and hit dislike buttons are shills and people who don't want us to hold our position. And the only reason they come back here more and more and more and more is because they know that we're right. And they know that it scares the crap out of them that we're actually right about this. And that drives me, that fuels me like you wouldn't believe. So if you want to hit the dislike button, hit the dislike button. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I don't get anything out of it. One way or the other, I get, no, stop. You guys are hitting more likes buttons. Seriously, hit the dislike button. I really don't care. It does not make a difference to me. I get nothing. I'm not monetized. I get nothing out of this. Nothing. Manny says, why do you watch the line and the data all day if you think this is such a good stock and there's not corruption and manipulation? Because, Manny, my number one goal for being here is to document history. That's my number one goal. I know this is an event that is going to be like such a record-breaking event and something that people will want to know why this happened the way that it went down. And I'm here to record that. I am going to have a documented history of everything that happened through this entire process. And it's going to be something that I think is epic, that someday I imagine some kid somewhere is going to go get his thesis in I don't know, and he's going to get his master's in economics or something, and he's going to have to do like come up with a thesis, and this is it. He's going to come up with this, and he's going to be like, I want to write about this, and he's going to sit there and pour over hours and hours and hours of video and try to understand what the heck we went through and why things were happening the way they were happening. And this is going to be his source of documentation. So you want to know why? That's why. It's the number one reason for me being here. Now, if by chance I can give people some information along the way that helps people, then great. There's that too. Nobody bought AMC because they thought it was a good stock. Actually, I bought it because I thought it was a good stock. It was way undervalued when I bought it, and I was like, there's no way this company is worth more, or there's no way that this company isn't worth more. And I'm like, it has to be worth more than this. And so I bought the stock, and I also wanted to be a part of a movement of something that I knew that was right. I've been saying get rid of hedge funds since the dot-com bubble, and I hated what hedge funds were doing. Now I have to tell you, Manny, I actually legitimately feel different this year than I ever have since the dot-com bubble. I understand now why there's a yin and a yang in this market and why they need to be there. I get it. It makes more sense to me, and I understand. The problem is that there's so many different rules and laws that can be broken or manipulated or written into the cost in order to do business, to continue to short in a way that's unhealthy, and the rules and the laws and the regulations don't keep them from doing what they shouldn't be doing. And so there's quote unquote what everybody calls crime all the time, right? And so I think a lot of people bought this because they thought it was a good stock and that it was worth way more than what it was when they bought into it. And then there's a chance of a squeeze play, and people wanted to be a part of saving a company. But I did. I can't speak for everybody else here, but I can tell you for 100% fact that I definitely bought this because I thought it was a better play. I thought the company was worth a lot more. Oh yeah, man. Steve, there is. The connections are always there, I promise you, man. The connections are always there. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter who it is though. You can pick any person you want to, and that person is going to have connections in some way or another. The only reason that they are a person of influence or in a high business profile position is because they have connections. That's the only reason that they're in the first place, right? Somebody doesn't get a job as a CEO for a company because they didn't know shit and didn't know anybody. Nobody gets that job without having connections. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course there's connections out there, right? Arthur says, Casey, how much did AMC make in revenue in Q2? There's actually, I think, losses in Q2. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. Oh, wait. Q2 was gains. It was Q3 that was lost. No, wait, no. We're Q3 now. Q2 was losses, I think. We still had losses. What was it, like 19 cents down a share or something like that? I forget what it was. 19, 21. No, maybe it was 21. 21, 23. It was real close to that. I forget what it was off the top of my head. You're asking me to remember numbers like that that long ago. There's no way for me to remember that far back. Cody says, credit card, popcorn, acquiring new theaters, paying debt, creating Ape doesn't look like a CEO that is not on our side. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean, he's not doing anything. I'll tell you what, you go look at Bed Bath and Beyond, you tell me you got a CEO that's trying to change the company. You don't see that happening. What have they done? I haven't heard anything about Bed Bath and Beyond at all. Nothing. I've not heard anything coming out of that company that they've been doing. No, I take that back. There was one piece of information. What were they do? They were taking over a line for something. But that was it. That was it. I have not seen like any amazing ideas coming out of that company. I guess what I'm trying to say to you, Steve, is be a part of the success of this company and not part of the problem. We already have plenty of problem people out there where they're trying to make these links between us and this, that, and the other that's nefarious, right? But really, if you want to see the success in the company, what you got to do is you got to go out there and start having ideas on how to make the company better, and then submitting those ideas to groups of people that are out there who are putting idea books together to send out to the CEO in order they send them a book of like 1,000 ideas like every quarter or something like that. Like be a part if you're going to be actively a part of this of the community, like be a part of making it better. Don't be a part of making it worse. You know what I'm saying? Like if you truly honestly want to be successful in what it is that we're trying to achieve here, use your time and effort in trying to make things better, not trying to find the fault. Because you're invested in this. Your money is invested in this. You want your money to grow. You do that by trying to use your time and energy to make this company better, to watch it grow, not to go out there and find crap stories about how we're connected, our CEO is connected to some oligarch who's a part of market manipulation since 1988. You know what I'm saying? Be better. I know you are, Steve. I know you are. But I'm telling you, man, use your time and effort to make this stock worth more. That's what I'm saying. They're on Twitter. I'm trying to remember when they meet. Shoot. I'll tell you what, I will get you that information maybe right after I go to break, and I'm late for break right now. So I'm going to go to break. I'll find out that information, and I will come back and I'll post it up here for you guys to see. Diver Down says, Casey, did you stay at a Holiday Inn last night? No, man. No, I didn't. But I'll tell you what, I'm pumped for this company. I'm pumped. And I want you guys to be pumped too, because that's quite honestly how we succeed. There's 4.1 million of us. 4.1 million. I get like somewhere between 2 and 400 people who watch at any given point in time and in the day, right? There's been times where I've asked you guys, like maybe once or twice, where I've asked you guys to go just like one thing that I've posted someplace. And I have watched amazing things happen with just 2 to 400 people. Imagine what 4.1 million people can do. Imagine what 4.1 million people who are really, truly, and honestly dedicated in making a company turn around and making money. Imagine the power that they have, and how well they can make this company succeed. Imagine. But it's not going to come from us just sitting on our butts looking for bad information. It's going to come from us actually doing something about it. Actually going out and watching movies. Actually going out and buying popcorn. I told my wife just the other day, I saw somebody posted a Twitter post and they had one of those big bags of popcorn they took home with them, right? And I pointed to my wife and I said, man, you don't know how bad I've been wanting to ask you to stop by AMC and pick up some of that popcorn on your way home one of these days from work. And she's like, you can do that? I said, yeah. So guess what's probably going to happen in my near future? I'm going to be getting popcorn more often. It's just the little tiny things. Even if it's just a bag of popcorn that you're buying for $5, it's from that company that you are supporting and you're trying to make better. I don't know, man. It's just the small things. They pile up when there's 4.1 million people. But you have to take an active decision to be better, to make that positive news happen. Yeah, Woodstock says intentions aren't enough. Why would you be invested in a company you didn't have faith would make you money when you get down on AMC, the hedgies win? That's right. That's right. I'm going to break, guys. I'm going to go to break. I'm going to come back at. I know it's going to be a little bit later than usual. But I'm gonna. You know what? Screw it. I'm not going to break. I'm not going to break. Who am I kidding? If I go to break, I'm just gonna do nothing for a half hour and then come right back. So what's the point? Maybe I'll just do the 12 o'clock and then I'll go to break and I'll take a short break after I do the numbers at 12. Because it is important for me to do the numbers on the hour every hour. So, and I've already waited too long to not skip the 12 o'clock numbers. The Lucas says, "Hi, I'm a new subscriber since yesterday, looking for some reassurance after many YouTubers betrayed us. What makes you still confident in AMC?" Do you know what sets me apart, Lucas? I think from a lot of the other YouTubers is that I'm not monetized and I don't collect any money in any way whatsoever. My success will come from your success. And that's my driving number one reason for being here is because first off, I'm documenting history, but if I can make you guys successful, I get to be successful too. So do you want to know why? You want to know why I still believe in this? Because I know it's a good company. I know it can make money, and I know it's gonna beat out the hedge funds. So why am I still here? It's because I believe in it. I'm not making money off of anybody else. I'm making my own money. I'm making my own way. I don't need anybody else. I'm going to do this on my own. So, I'm here. I'm here to win. I'm here to win. I'm here to prove that I'm going to win without needing your money to do it because I want you to take your money and invest it how you want to invest it. That's how. I feel like it's almost obvious. Mac Daddy says I can't wait to see Jack Black play Kate. He'd be so much better at playing me than I could play me. And he'd be so much funnier too. I saw Pantheon say something here a second ago. He said, "Amen, Casey Shaw. People should watch my video at number 89 on the debt history of AMC. It also runs through Adam Aaron's work history and shows where he could have screwed AMC for his buddy, but he did not. Go check out his video, guys. Number 89. Go check it out. Hold on a second, Pantheon. Pantheon, link it, man. Link it for us. If you don't have the time, I can go link it. You got the access, though. Make it easy for everybody." Low Boy says, "And I'm here with you, Casey." Yeah, thanks, man. I hope for you. That's not true, Maccabees. There's been others. There's been others. Pantheon's a good one. He hasn't taken any money from the community, not that I'm aware of. But let me say this though. Let me also say this. Anybody who is taking money from the communities doesn't mean that they're a bad person. It doesn't make them evil and awful. Some people have to, if they're going to put in time and effort, I totally understand why they deserve to get paid. I get that. They're putting in time and effort and people are paying them for their time and effort. I admire that. I think you should get paid for what it is, the work that you do. I just happen to be in a different position, and that's not the case for me. So it's fine. It is neither here nor there. Don't compare me to others just because I do something differently than they do. It doesn't make them less, doesn't make me more. It just means I'm in a different situation. Thank you, Pantheon. Just so you guys know, I replaced the pin at the top with Pantheon's video. Debt history of AMC and Adam Aaron's work history. Woodstock, if you think Lou hasn't taken any money, you go recheck your information on that one. I beg to differ. I think he's already. I don't know. I don't know about that, man. I highly doubt that. But maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't care one way or the other. Maccabee says, "We're comparing Casey to Lou right now." All right. It's like, oh man, yeah, sweet. Lucky me. Oh man. We got about 6 more minutes, guys, and we'll cover the numbers here. VIX is still down 6.2%. It's kind of holding right now. Ayo says he's bringing in like 8K a month from YouTube. It's public info. Are you getting that from? I forget what the name of the website is. I can't remember the name of the like social something or other. I can't remember the name of the thing. If you're getting that information from that, it's not exactly accurate because it says that I bring in money, and I've never made a penny off. I've never gotten a check from YouTube ever. So I don't know that that's necessarily correct. It may. I don't know if he's monetized or not. So first off, but if he is monetized, then actually I think he is monetized because he got kicked for a little while. I think he got kicked for like a week, so he has to be monetized. Uh, so part of the problem, Lucas, is this is what you get when you get free. You get 9 straight hours of me. I'm here 9 straight hours a day, every single day, and the idea of doing anything above and beyond, because believe it or not, Lucas, I actually do a lot of DD on the side, and I'm constantly doing tons of stuff. The idea of me having to sit down and do another video every day or maybe even every other day of like a quick like 10-minute breakdown of TA that's real quick, it's not going to happen. I wish I could, but I got to have a life too, man. My family counts on me. You have to separate yourself at some point. You know, when you're putting in 9 hours a day, Monday through Friday, you have to separate yourself. And I apologize. I know it would be awesome if I could put together like a quick 10-minute like TA thing, um, but it's not what I'm here for. Every single one of us YouTubers have different qualities that we bring to the table, minus stamina. That's really what it comes down to. Minus stamina, and so sorry. But I'll tell you what though, Lucas, every hour on the hour, I usually go through TA and kind of check out all the numbers. So if you just want to come to the videos on the hour every hour and just watch during those periods of time, that's fine too. Or you can just not. You can hit the down thumbs button all you want. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter, man. You can come and go as you please. I don't hold you here hostage. Oh yeah, Social Blade. That's it. That's the one. Social Blade will tell you that I'm making money, but I'm not. It tells you what the estimated amounts are. It tells you that, the person, since they're getting this many views, that this is how much they could be making if they're monetized. But I'm not monetized. James of Arizona says those mentions should be auto banned. Man, I get way too much credit from Pantheon. That's not. It like makes me blush when Pantheon says stuff like that, and it's just kind of like, eesh, uh, that's crazy, man. It's like too much pressure. It's like having Joe Montana come up to you and tell you, you're an amazing quarterback. It's like, dude, I can't imagine getting like a better compliment than that. I don't know. Maybe Joe Montana is not a good one for you. I don't know. For me, growing up as a kid in the '80s, 90s, like that Joe Montana, like that was the dude, man. It's like being a hockey player and having like Wayne Gretzky coming up to you and being all like, "Hey, you're a pretty good hockey player." You're like, damn. I just got that from Wayne Gretzky. What the hell? How did that happen? All right, it's 12 o'clock, guys. Yeah, I am. I'm blushing right now. You guys are all saying too many good things. It's time to get off of me for subject matter because we got other things to cover here. I don't. Last thing we need is for me to have a big head. All right, let's take a look at what's going on with our numbers. I'm gonna take you guys to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so now you can see all that blushy, flushy stuff, and I'm not gonna see it, and who cares? Because you'll stop. You'll forget to say those nice, kind words after 5 or 10 minutes of me rambling on about what's going on with our numbers. Wait until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying, and that's a good thing. All right, let's take a look at off exchange. Sitting right here next to me on my, well, you're looking at it. It's to the right of me, right here next to my finger. Off exchange was 58.43%. Earlier on AMC, and CBOE EDGX was at 10.28. Let's refresh that, see where we're at now. 60.56% of our volume going through the off exchange and 9.77% going through EDGX for a grand total of 70.33% of our volume, total volume going through those two off exchanges. That is very, very high. 70% for AMC is unusual. 80% is like unheard of. Looking at Ape, let's take a look at the same numbers. We get 55.2 and 11.52 for a grand total of 66.72% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. Excuse me a second. Didn't want to burp in your face, in your ears. Let's see here. Heading over to Ortex, let's take a look at what we got going on over there. Oh yeah, the combined total of that was 66.72%, in case I didn't say that. That's about 2% higher than what we're used to seeing. That's kind of normal. According to Ortex, we currently have, an hour ago we had 3.59 million shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's now 4.39. That's going to be raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.39%, getting ever so much closer to 20. Cost of borrow average is rising still at 29.23% now. Shares on loan day over day is we're up 1.6 million shares on loan day over day to 183.9 million shares. I'm estimating about 515,000 of that was in new short interest. An hour ago, there was 2.16 million shares having been borrowed for Ape. It's now down to 1.74 million. That's going to have the effect of lowering slightly the short share interest of the free float to 7.51%, cost to borrow at 6.47. And shares on loan day over day decreased by 900,000 in short interest to 23.97 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the options. This is just for AMC, not AMC1. An hour ago for call options, highest amount of volume was at a $7.50 strike price. There was 7.7 thousand contracts, and there's now 10.4. For puts at a $7 strike price, there was 9,000 contracts an hour ago. There's now 10.5. Markets insinuating that we may see a closing price on AMC somewhere between 7 and 750 by the end of the day today. And I said market, I should say options. The derivatives are heading that direction. Total price of AMC and Ape is currently at $10.17. We are traveling down this. I'm going to actually I'm going to change this real quickly here. I want to oops, I got the wrong one. Why isn't this working? Give me 1 second. This is not doing what I wanted it to do. Can I undo? All right, we'll just leave it the way it was. I wonder if I can just... There we go. That's what I wanted. Just wanted to readjust it just slightly because it seems like we have like a new top because we're just kind of falling down the top side of this, and I wanted to just redraw this out here a little bit. Let me actually just change it one more time. There we go. So we had two different points where I suggested that we could potentially break out. One of them being up here, and we went right around it. One being here, we went right through it. Now we're going to be looking for the next level of support and resistance, which we've actually already kind of surpassed. We're in new territory. We are in absolutely new territory here. I have no idea where this is going to find support at, but wherever that support does come from, we should see this break upwards in value. This is the combined price of AMC and Ape. Don't know where it's going to be. We're in new territory right now. I think since the inception of this, let's go back here a little bit. Hold on a second. Yeah. Orders by Fidelity customers. Earlier, AMC was not on the list. We only had Ape and GME. Let's see if that's still the case. Ape is on the list with a 72% buy to 27% sell ratio, looking very strong. We're definitely buying the dip. And on GME is also on the list here. We've got 73% buy to 26% sell ratio, looking really strong. AMC is still not on the page due to likely low orders. Trigger price for AMC for the day-to-day is at $6.90. It would have triggered for $3.042 on AMC, or sorry, Ape, and it did trigger. So Ape has triggered, Ape has not, or AMC has not. Man, I keep getting. Let me rephrase this. AMC has not triggered SSR. Ape did. Spit it out, Casey. No change in shares available to borrow. It looks like they only have an additional 45,000 left in the ETFs that they can borrow. Last known fee price was 21.9%. NASDAQ is down 3.3, Dow Jones is down 1.83, and the S&P 500 is down 2.38. The market's looking really, really nasty. It's a hot lava floor. Don't touch it. We've got 5,325 decliners to 1,525 advancers. The VIX is up 6.63%. I feel like it's just frozen in time. Let's check it on the 1 minute because I'm kind of curious what it's looking like. I don't feel like it's moving a whole lot. Okay, so it looks like it may have consolidated a little bit, but starting to get a little bit more action right now. VTI is, and it's showing that it's up 7.19. VTI is down 2.43, IWD is down 1.92, Tesla's down 7.17, Amazon down 3.16, Cinemark is up 0.2, Doge is down 0.81, Bitcoin is down 0.13, GameStop is down 8.29, HYMC is down 4.99, Hood is down 4.25, NCMI is down 9.33, Ape is down 9.94, and AMC is down 7.24%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, showing at $500,000 more in inflow than outflow. Currently, we've had 14.43 million shares having been traded so far after how many minutes? After 220 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 25.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's our pace currently. It'll head down a little bit more than that before leveling off. I suggested right at market open we would see somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so I think we're going to hit that pace. Also, I missed pre-market pokey stick of volume this morning, so I actually had to give volume announcements like right at market open, so I'll try not to make that mistake again. On the 1 hour, we had more currently with a vortex indicator. For those of you guys who are new to the channel, by the way, make sure you check out the description box. There's a lot of really good information in there. But I look at right now what I'm doing is I'm looking at vortex indicator. I'm just going to kind of point this out because I know I had somebody in here that said that they were new. But I'm just going to point out that I'm looking at vortex indicator. A lot of people might use MACD to chart this. Oops, I just dropped my pen. And I prefer reading buying and selling support levels using vortex indicator. I would highly recommend going to Investopedia to check out what vortex indicator is. I feel like it's in my mind, when you look at MACD, which I just pulled up on the screen here, when you look at MACD and you look at vortex indicator, I feel like sometimes MACD will show a trend reversal a little too early, and sometimes it won't actually happen, whereas vortex indicator kind of reports the cross a little bit later. One might say that that actually leads you to make to late trades, but I actually think that it if you get caught in those situations to where you're making purchases on MACD and it never actually formulates and then ends up going the other direction, then and sometimes you need that little additional buffer of time to see that there's actual selling pressure coming in versus buying pressure. So that's how I kind of look at the vortex indicators. I look at the gold line here, or brown, or whatever color you want to see this as, orange. That is selling pressure, and the white line is buying pressure. When you see buying pressure going down and selling pressure going up, that's a sell-off. There's more selling pressure than buying pressure at this point in time because the angle of attack for the orange line is greater. It's increasing than the buying indicator. RSI is usually it's relative strength indicator. Again, go to Investopedia to look that up. But usually RSI will signal a healthy range of strength is anywhere from 30 to 70. If you're higher than 70, you're overbought, and if you're under 30, you're oversold. So the ideal spot is 50%, right down the middle means that it's neither an overbought nor oversold. So by using vortex indicator and RSI, you can kind of get an idea for where we may be seeing price moving to in the near future by looking at different time intervals. So I'm looking at the 1 hour time interval currently, and I'm seeing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.49, which is saying that this is below average. It's almost signaling oversold, which means that you may tend to see the very soon you may see vortex indicators start to head downwards on selling pressure and buying pressure starting to increase. But as it stands, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure on a 1 hour time interval. On a 30-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.39, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.91, which is below average. Now, you can see as I went through each one of those time intervals, the 1 hour is saying that in the future, you're probably going to start seeing this turn. But if I go straight down to the 5 minutes, like, yep, you're right, I'm turning already. So the 5 minutes a more short period of time, and it's saying it's the shorter outlook of where the price is moving to. So hopefully that helps some of you guys to understand why I'm looking at these and how it may help you to identify where price swings are going to be moving to. Taking a look at Ape. On Ape, we currently have more inflow than outflow by $1.2 million. Volume currently 8.57 million shares traded so far for the day today. I suggested at market open we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded. We're currently at 8.58 after 225 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 14.87 million shares. It's going to come down a little bit, but should be real close there. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.83, which is below, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.37, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.72, which is signaling oversold. So it looks like we're, right now it looks like on Ape we're kind of consolidating sidewards out of this extremely angular attack on a wedge here, and I would say that I don't know. I would imagine the Bollinger Bands are tightening. Yep, they are. Bollinger Bands are tightening up here, which means we're probably going to see a continued trade sideways until finally either volume gets really, really low and they can break the price down further down, or we see a bunch of buy pressure come in and price suddenly starts skyrocketing. And when I say skyrocketing, I don't mean like MOASS skyrocketing, but just causing a lot more volatility and start heading upwards more like it did when it was coming down. Bollinger Bands, also for those of you who are new, I do have my Bollinger Band set up for a 3 sigma, just because of the industry that I worked in for so long. I work with 99.8% failure rates, where you want to see majority of your data within that. You want to see you want to see majority of your data in the 2 sigma range, but if you see 3 sigma points hitting, then you know you have absolute failures, and so I see whenever I have my Bollinger Band set up for a 3 sigma, it widens the bands to, basically like 99.8% of your data should be inside these bands. And if it's not, if it's touching on the bottom side, it's going to start heading back up. If it touches the top side, it's going to probably start heading back down. In this particular case here, you can see it touched the bottom side of the Bollinger Band right here earlier today, and it started heading back towards the simple moving average, which is what usually occurs when it does touch the bottom. So we'll probably see it pretty soon here. We're probably going to see it deciding to make a decision as to which way it's going to go. It's either going to break through the simple moving average at 3.049 or 3.5, or it's going to decide to test the lower side of the Bollinger Bands again. For AMC, it looks like we did break out of the bearish triangle heading down. The Bollinger Bands are widening, meaning that volatility is increasing as price is moving. But that was on a 5-minute scale. On a 1-minute scale, it's actually tightening. Volume per minute, we're doing under 60K right now, so this is the ideal amount. Anything under 60,000 shares on AMC is usually the ideal amount to try and push this down. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Thick says repo. A new all-time high reverse repo for today is 2.371 trillion with 103 counterparties. Previously 2.366 with 101 counterparties. I don't know about this market, man. I really want to. Don't get me wrong, guys. I want to see this market have a bull run. I'm not like totally in favor of like wanting to see it crash, but I feel like it's what needs to happen in order to get a reset, and I don't see this bull thesis. Lucas, no, actually I have a very large representation of international viewers. Very, very large. I don't know what my percentage is to like other other YouTubers, but I was really surprised when I looked at the statistics. James of Arizona says, make sure you're writing down notes Casey has mentioned may not be available to give during MOASS. My whiteboard is full. Everyone should be fully prepared to be on your own by now. James, that is really good advice. I don't tell people to do that, but that is actually really good advice. I know a lot of people just expect me to be here, and you never know what life is going to hand you. I don't know, man. Life is fragile, but I hope to be here. And but James is saying very good things, like you guys should be taking notes. You should be actively like wanting to make sure that you understand what it is that I'm saying. If you don't understand what I'm saying and it doesn't make sense to you, ask questions. I don't mind explaining. Woodstock, love you too, man. No FOMO. Or all FOMO. All FOMO. Foo Dog says, the Lucas is like, these people are lunatics, must be Americans. Probably. Oh, no, see, it was much better than that, Foo Dog. He says it's because most people aren't streaming right now. All right, guys, I got to go to break because I didn't go to break earlier and I haven't eaten yet. I need to go eat. I'm starting to burp a little bit here. I think my inside. I'm 46 years old, man. Your body starts to say like, you probably need to do a little something different. I'm ready for something right now. You need to go put something in you. Plus, I got to start our toast in like an hour. No, 2 hours from now. So I need a sponge. What's going to happen to Ape? Steroids asking. I don't know, man. I really don't know. There's so many different possibilities. There really is. I've never seen. Did I say 64? Did I say 64? I meant 46. Sorry. Did I say 64? I think I did say 64. What? Why would I say 64? Sorry, 46. It's the whole ADD thing, man. Why did I say 64? He said 46. All right. Myself likes to just screw with me. Let's see here. What was the question again? Oh yeah, what's going to happen to Ape? I really don't know. There's so many different possibilities. We've never seen anything like this happen before. The idea that I could sit here and tell you that I know exactly what's going to happen with Ape is really far-fetched. I could throw a couple different things at you and say like, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen. But truly and honestly, I don't know. And I think it would be irresponsible for me to try and guess because, I mean, maybe I list off 3 or 4 different possible events that occur and none of those happen. So it is kind of the X factor. We don't really know what's going to happen, and but I'm excited about it, and I think it's a good opportunity for AMC to be able to generate enough money to be able to pay off their debt. Yeah, Sam says you touched upon it earlier. They can't allow the company to fall post MOASS into the hands of other entities. Yeah, it's very, very true. All right, I gotta go to break, guys. I'm just never gonna get out of here. So I'm gonna go. I will be back at I'll be back at 1 o'clock. I'll be back at 1 o'clock. I'm hitting my computer. I'm over here like it's like making a noise. There's a little there's a wire that's starting to hit a fan. I don't know why it decided to suddenly start moving over and touch the fan and it's like starting to make these sounds. So I just thunk the case every once in a while. So if my computer completely crashes one of these days, you'll know why. Like, Casey, don't do that. Let's see here. I need to open up the case this weekend when it's off and move the wire. All right, let me put up a note and I'll be back. Yep, it sure is going back up. You know what? Give me till 110. I'll come back at 110 and I'll go through the numbers, and then I'm going to take a quick little short break after that's over, and then we'll do the toast together and punch out for the day. Yo says, yo, the machinists do that at work. I smacked with a hammer, and it still ain't working right. So I will never say that I smacked a tool before, because I would never do that because there are millions of dollars that I used to work on. But what I will tell you is that this is going to sound really strange. And I've said it before, and some of y'all probably think I'm weird for it, but I truly and honestly believe that there's like that these tools have some kind of like emotion or something, because legitimately, like I've had times where I always used to say to some people, I'd be like, you just need to say affirmative words and just kind of and stroke your tool like you love it, pet your tool, and and it'll start working right. And people used to go like, you're full of crap, and then so I'd be like, no, watch, and I'd rub the tool and I'd be like, you're so good, you can work, come on baby, I know you can do this, come on, start working. And and sure enough, the next results from our data would pass, and I'd be like, see, I told you, just gotta talk nice to your tools and pet them a little. That's all they need. It was funny. I thought it was funny. I don't know if anybody else did, but every once in a while you gotta smack them around too. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I'm kidding. All right, I'm out of here because I need to get out of here. I'm going crazy. See you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, guys. I came back a little bit early. I'm gonna wrap up the numbers real quick here. Do them real fast. Head out to my second break because I didn't really get a first good enough break here. I barely got enough food down. Haven't even had a chance to digest it yet. Let's see here. We're getting really close to tripping SSR on AMC, but I don't think I have the right price set in here. I just want to make sure I got it set up correctly. Yeah, 690. I had it on the wrong spot here. All right. VIX is starting to climb again. Yep, 8.98. It's at 32.89. What are those three numbers on the bottom of the page? Three numbers on the bottom of the. Oh, you're talking about at the very bottom. Those should be for they're for AMC. So let me read them off to you. You got live short interest of the free float at 19.4%, live short interest at 9.998 or 99.98 million shares. Borrow change is 4.39 and cost to borrow average at 29.23. Those are the numbers from like an hour ago. Yeah, cost to borrows. Yep, it is. When I've read it off today, we're definitely higher in cost to borrow today. But let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm going to read through these numbers real quick, and I want to take a second break because I'll tell you what, I definitely needed that break, and I need some more. So I'm going to go need to take some more time to just kind of like veg for a few minutes. Like, believe it or not, guys, it's really, really taxing on the brain to like try and do this stuff for that long of a time straight. So it's kind of like a marathon almost. So I need to get through these numbers real quick, kind of go like relax the mind, just kind of let it ease, burn off some steam. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. And while you're at it, set up a secondary phone number. So if something happens to your primary phone number, you can send that code someplace else. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so long as the big tramp's not up on the screen. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what's going on here. Starting with off exchange, that's sitting right here next to me. An hour ago, it was 60.56 off the off exchange. CBOE EDGX is at 9.77. Those numbers are 60.55 and 9.81 for a total of 70.42% of our volume going through the off exchange, those two off exchanges. On Ape, we've got 56.25 and 11.03 for a total of 67.28% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges. Not nearly as high as AMC, but still pretty high. Taking a look at AMC. On Ortex, we had an hour ago 4.39 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 4.94. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 19.4%. And cost of borrow averages at 29.58%. Shares on loan for the day today is up 1.6 million to 183.9. That's I'm estimating about 515,000 in new short interest that was created. On Ape, an hour ago we had 1.74 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.56. That lowering of that number is going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.5%. Cost of borrow average at 6.48. Shares on loan is at 23.97 million shares. I'm estimating about that's about 900,000 shares closed in short interest day over day, which is really kind of surprising and bullish, to be honest with you. Like, it's, if you know that price is going to be heading down, why would you be closing short interest, right? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's less money that you can be making. Let's see here. Oh, sorry, too soon. Heading over to options. On the call options, as of an hour ago, we had approximately at a $7.50 strike, 10.4 thousand contracts. There's now 12.1 thousand contracts. And on the puts, at a $7 strike for AMC at 10.5, at a $7 strike price, there was 10.5 contracts an hour ago. There's now 11.6. My brain is kind of mush right now. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, it just broke $10 and is at $9.99. Actually, it looks like it may have broken it a little bit ago, but it's right back at it again. $9.99 is the combined price of AMC and Ape. We are in a descending parallel channel, and we've been hugging the top side of this channel for quite a bit here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has not been on the list in the later portion of the day today, actually at all. Ape is the first one I'm running into on the list here. We've got 73.48% buy to 26.52% sell ratio. And GME is still on the list with a 75% buy to 24% sell ratio. SSR has not tripped for AMC yet, which would be at $6.90. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they... Oh, hold on a second. No new share... Wait, what? Yeah, okay. No new shares haven't been borrowed in the last hour. Last known fees were at 21.9%. Ape did trigger SSR at 3.042 earlier. I can tell they got priced down to 695. I can tell they want to trip SSR pretty bad here. NASDAQ is down 3.6, Dow Jones is down 2.16, S&P 500 is down 2.72. We currently have 5,461 decliners to 1,427 advancers. The market is definitely looking like a big old piece of dookie. I didn't know what to call it. VIX is up 9.41% at 3302. VTI is down 2.75. IWD is down 2.27. Tesla's down 6.88. Amazon is down 3.83. Cinemark down 1.08. Doge is down 1.05. Bitcoin is down 90 point, basically a full percentage point. GME is down 8.82. HYMC is down 6.64. Hood is down 4.15, NCMI is down 9.96, and Ape is down 10.53, and AMC is down 9.06. Inflow versus outflow. Approximately $1.3 million more in inflow this today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After 341 minutes of trading, looks like we're on pace for 19.55 million shares. That sounds really close to what we were on for a pace an hour ago. I suggested right at market open that we'd have somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares traded. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.09, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.7, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.67, which is signaling oversold. Ape. 1.4 million shares more inflow than outflow. 9.54 million shares having been traded so far after 342 minutes. Wait a minute. These numbers don't look right. That can't be right. Hold on a second. Something's not right here. There we go. Looks like we're on pace for 10.91 million shares traded before the end of the day today, and I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million. So we're on pace for that. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.62, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.28, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, it looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure on a 5-minute interval with RSI at 34.42, below average. Let me just look at Ape real quick here. Definitely getting barcoding. It's really odd to see barcoding after having tripped SSR. So there's other liquidity issues in the market, I would assume at this point, beyond just Ape. My guess is that when we see AMC trigger, we're probably going to see something happen where volume starts moving again across the board. But they are holding price like right there and not letting it move. It is getting pinned at 301. I don't even know if it's worth like trying to analyze like where it's going to be moving to, because honestly, I don't think it's going to do a whole heck of a lot until it's legit just straight up barcoding. Guys, if you want to see market manipulation at its finest, this is it. This is absolutely it. This stock is being pinned right where it's at until some kind of liquidity occurs, enabling the market to transact again. And more than likely, that's going to be seen. It would have to be seen on AMC tripping SSR. VIX is now 10.07% down at 33.22. This is legit serious history being made right here, guys. Some serious history being made. Does Flat Earth ever bring up when Apple is down? No. I haven't seen Is Flat Earth back again? Last I saw, he was going by T-Bone. Grandpa Barney says, yes, that's not market manipulation, is it? That's normal action. POS. Man, it's crazy. Myself says, Casey, wouldn't it be a good idea to start a new channel so all these videos are safe in case something would happen? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'll tell you what. One of my very first things that I'm going to do myself when I walk away with money is I'm going to hire somebody to go through and with a high-speed internet and download everything onto two different hard drives. So I'm going to have like a backup, and then I'm going to store one in a safe deposit box someplace, an undisclosed location, and the other one I'm going to just keep on my person. So I don't care. I don't think that anything will happen immediately to it, and I think that the evidence, the historical evidence, should be saved somewhere. There should be a way to get it, and if I have to sue YouTube for it, I will. I doubt they're just going to go through and just delete everything. I mean, even DFV stuff is still there. You can still go back and watch everything it is that he talks about from back last year if you wanted to, 2 years ago. Savvy, don't you worry. MOASS, when things start cooking off, it'll take time. You're going to be okay. Don't worry about it too much. It's not going to happen in one day without you. Ariel says, in my opinion, they simply are not going to be able to hold on. Crashes on the way. I still think there's one. I still think there's just a little bit more to go here, where we might see one more little uptick. But whether or not we start moving up with that uptick, and it's like a very strong upwards momentum move, remains to be seen. If you guys want to do that, if you guys want to organize something like that, you're more than welcome to do so on your own. I'll let you guys. I mean, the Discord's open there for you guys to talk about it. If you want me to open up like a separate channel or something like that for you guys to be able to talk about that and like kind of work on doing it together, feel free, be my guest if you want to put that together. But I don't want to be involved in trying to convince you guys to do anything on my part. Just simply because I think I don't know, I just feel like it's a little distasteful, I guess, maybe in a way. I don't know. Yeah, no, actually I have a backup plan. Twitch is going to be my backup plan for right now. Oh shoot. Jathan. Hopefully I'm getting it right this time. Jathan? With price dropping, couldn't institutes cover little by little? So covering and closing are two different things. And with price moving down further and further, they can close. You're absolutely right, but there's something that they need in order to close their positions, and that's shares. So if they're not getting any shares to close their positions, then they're not going to be able to close them out. But you are correct that they could potentially close out positions. Now, if you watch on a daily basis, I read you off the numbers and I tell you about, what happens with shares on loan and short interest on a daily basis, actually hourly basis. And one of the things that you need to remember is that in order to continuously push a company into bankruptcy, you have to continuously short more and more and more. You have to create more open positions that are actively shorting it down. So the idea is that they'll never probably fully have all of their positions ever closed in order to continue to short this into bankruptcy. That's how they win. So the idea that they're just going to close out their positions and be clear and free of this, all you have to do is go and look and see how many shares on loan, and it's nearly shares on loan are at 100 and hold on a second, 183 million shares, right? Divide that by the free float. Oops, I did it backwards. They have 35.5% of the free float tied up in loans. So I would say, and it has gone down a little bit from 100. I think the high, I have it written down here. The highest amount of on loan amount that we've ever seen is 195.76. So, okay, congratulations. They closed out. What is it? What is the difference? 195 and what was the other number I read off? 195 and 183. So congratulations, they closed out 12 million shares, right? Whoop-de-doo. That ain't nothing. Manjit says, Casey, you're a weirdo sometimes. Yes. No, not sometimes. It's pretty much all the time. I am a weirdo all the time. Yep, they triggered SSR at $6.90. Watch Ape start moving now. It's gonna be a magical moment here to watch both Ape and AMC probably start moving. Sub as the boss says, so I would think a lot of insurance companies have invested money into so many funds. Now with Florida hurricane and flood, they'll need all that money. It could definitely put a strain on the system for sure, yeah. Sub has the boss says SPY. VIX is already starting to drop. Let's see what SPY is doing. SPY is at 359. It broke the 360 threshold. Not moving up yet. But the VIX is starting to head down though. Kinda. VIX needs to break this threshold right here. Watch for VIX to break this. If it can break this, 33. If it can break down below 33 here in a minute or two, you might start seeing everything start running. Yucca Frida says, Casey, are you joining us in the hot tub? Sure. I don't know what we're talking about. I just got done telling one of my kids the other day, don't just agree to everything people ask you. I shouldn't say. I won't say. I don't want to embarrass her. Monty says, moving where to the OTC market? Some of it will be, but more than likely they'll be trying to finish out transactions that they've stacked up over the last, I don't know, how long has it been, an hour or two? They've been trading, they've been trading, for the most part, they've been barcoding since 1300. So what is that, 13, 14, about an hour and a half's worth of barcoding on Ape. So they'll probably have to start making some of those transactions actually start going through. Harry Parrott says, I hope this isn't a rip your face off move up. I just had some work done for Halloween. To myself's neighbor's hot tub. Sure. Sounds like fun, I guess, maybe. Hot tub super spreader event. Sounds like a great time. Hot tub tramp and lollipops for all. Wow, that is just not right. Can't we just have free Wi-Fi? Captain Awesome says Spy and Vix are fighting each other like a domestic dispute between a limo and a wall. Ooh, Joel, welcome to the channel. I'm going to remove that for you here real quick. And the reason I say that is because if you check in the description, there's only 3 rules on here that we abide by. And one of them is not other stock tickers. So this is really primarily an AMC channel. There are other stock tickers that I will permit talking about. For example, like if you look on the left-hand side, like the VIX, VTI, IWD, Tesla, Amazon, Cinemark, Doge, Bitcoin, GME, HYMC, Hood, NCMI, Ape, AMC, and then I also kind of permit WTI, MBB, VMBS, and SPY. Those are all in relationship to what we're trying to accomplish here with AMC. But this is primarily an AMC channel, and that's where we try to keep it. And then rule number 2 is, if you have a position with AMC or Ape, make sure you do so. When you exit, do so in silence. Number 3 is if you're here to harass people, instant ban. No offense, Joel. Sorry. Yep, sounds good, Joel. I don't. I'm not here to do DD for people. That's not what I'm here for. Not in other relationship to other stocks. It's kind of weird. Musical Companion says, I have a question. Do you think the government steps in just like the VW squeeze to make a share settlement? I've kind of theorized about that for a while and thought that there was a good chance that we may see some kind of settlement. Whether or not we, agree to a settlement is another thing. It depends on what it is, but I do think that is a possibility. The question is Pantheon says rule 4, shower before getting into the hot tub. The question really becomes is what would people be willing to settle for as a settlement? And I don't know. As a community, I think every single person has a different idea on what they'd be willing to settle for. And I think one of the things that I think has to be taken into account is the pain and suffering that we've gone through for nearly 2 years. The idea that we would just settle for chump change for a 2-year fight that we've had, I think is probably not something we're willing to settle for. Negotiable. John Vincent says 142K per share. I've said before, John, if I told you you were holding Bitcoin, how long would you hold for? I've said that on many occasions because I really, truly, and honestly believe that if Bitcoin can get to 60K a coin, then there's no doubt in my mind, none whatsoever, that we could get to that kind of price point on AMC. There's no doubt in my mind that we could get there. The problem is it really comes down to the individual shareholder and what they believe this can get to, and whether or not they actually believe that they're holding on to a royal flush or not. If there's people out there that are fooled into thinking that they're not holding a royal flush and they fold before realizing their full potential, then we won't see those kind of numbers. But I'm not going to judge people. I'm just going to simply watch and see what people do and take appropriate action as I need to. PC3 says, who would broker that settlement deal? That's my question. Yeah, that's a great question, man. I don't know. Yucca Frida says, Casey, we're going to give away candy this Halloween from our hot tub. That's so weird, dude. Don't do that. Shimmer says, years off my wife's head. Also adds value I need to collect. Wait, what? What the heck, Shimmer? You need, I know you're not from around here, Shimmer, but you're going to have to rephrase that. You definitely need to rephrase that. I didn't start the hot tub thing. Other people did. I have no idea where that came from. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break. And because, price likes to go up when I'm on break. So I need to get out for the last portion of the day here and just kind of sit back, relax for a few minutes, kind of kick my feet up. And just chill. Alrighty. Man, it is not bouncing off of 690 very fast, is it? Alrighty, guys, I'll see you in a little bit. I'll be back at 2:10. We'll toast out the day to all the service reps that we have who are doing an amazing job, from what I hear, in Florida, and getting everything back up and running on the lines, power lines, and everybody who's putting in a helping hand to get things cleaned back up over in Florida. And apparently that thing's not done yet. It's going to be building back up to a hurricane level as it passes over the Atlantic Ocean, heading back towards, look like maybe South Carolina or something like that. But all right, I'm out of here. I will see you guys in like 35 minutes.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
For those of you in Florida who have just gone through, a pretty violent hurricane. Hold on a second, I'm trying to stop this music here. Hold on a second. Wait, stop. Hold on. I just want to bring out, this is the Power Hour, and it's time to toast out the day here. For those of you guys who went through, some tough times, and maybe you're dealing with some flooding right now, some battered homes, cars, vehicles, out without electricity. I want to give a thanks to all the service reps, whether they be medical, police, people who are working power to get power back to everybody who's helping out in Florida. Thank you so much for your contributions to helping out and trying to make sure that your fellow brothers taken care of. Cheers to you and for your service. Casey, I live in Fort Myers, but me and my wife fled one day before it hit. Fled before one day before it hit to Boca Raton. But yeah, I'm glad you guys got out of the way. That's good. Tony, Pantheon, how's it going? Tony says, ignoring all the trolls and shills until I hear the press release that 1.5 billion debt is paid off. That will be a nice day. Are you hearing something right now about some shares being sold so that could be done? Weekend Warrior says, hey Casey, can you tell me what the name of the music album that we've been listening to? Thanks. Yeah, I'll give you a link to it. All right. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I'm waiting on Tony to see if he says something here. I hadn't heard anything about any debt being paid off. I hadn't seen any emails come through on my watch yet for notifications for filings. Play Milli Vanilli. No, we're doing Coolio today. Coolio in honor of Coolio passing. Tony says, no, I haven't heard anything specific about dilution. I just expect it is going on as soon as they made this filing, trickling shares out. Okay. Well, it certainly released a little bit here. As you guys could see, you could see it hit SSR tripping. And then just kind of spent, I don't know, probably how long was that? 1421 to 1500. So 40 minutes it spent just kind of testing, kind of moving up a little bit and then coming back and retesting SSR level. But you can see over here on Ape that during that period of time, it gave them chance to drop 8 to 2.89 per share before finally hitting that bottom and starting to head back up. Let's see what the time was for the double dip, 1500 and 1503. Yep. So as soon as we hit the double dip and price started rising, let's check the time on SPY and see if SPY also had a jump off of 1500 exactly. Yep, 1500. SPY started moving up as well. Let's see what else. Had some kind of impact at 1500 exactly. We did have a drop in mortgage-backed securities starting at 1500 exactly. It looks like they may have pulled some additional funds out of mortgage-backed securities, perhaps maybe to drive up some of the value in ETFs as a possibility. Oil Oil moved up at 1500. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up a lot of those other stock tickers that I got in here and see if they all started moving at 1500. What do you know? Look at that. A lot of them started moving upwards. Not all of them. Some actually moved down. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. So let's see what the heck is going on here. We're going to get this nice little bump up here at the end of the day now that they've got some liquidity, wherever that was found. Short exempt volume means nothing. Of course it means something. It means the ability to be able to create liquidity legally. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those specific thoughts that you want me to see. Otherwise, I'll kind of pass over them by accident. Taking you guys to the other page, let's check out our final numbers for the day. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it and put it on your account to keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. A little added extra protection. And if you have two-factor authentication set up, you can usually set up a second phone number to send the code to. That's always a great idea as well. In case something should happen to your phone, your primary phone, you can always send the code to a backup phone. It's so crazy. I'm looking at these numbers and I'm just sitting here going like, this is just nutty. I feel like this is like a bizarro world, like this isn't like it shouldn't be this obvious. I mean, it just really shouldn't be this obvious. And it's painfully obvious how manipulated this market is. It's just ridiculous. Starting with off exchange, sitting right here to the right of me. Off exchange was 56.2. Oh, sorry, looking at the wrong one. AMC was 60.55 an hour ago and 9.81 on the EDGX. So let's check that out now and see what it looks like. 59.55 and EDGX at 10.85 for grand total 70.4% of our volume today going through the off exchanges. That is definitely high. I think a normal day. Now that we've tripped SSR, we may see a little bit of additional movement tomorrow, which might be possible. But that is high volume. I expect off exchange volume to probably be lower tomorrow. 64% is kind of normal, or 66% would be normal right now. So that's high by about 4%. Ape, 58.21 and 10.43 in the EDGX for a total 68.64. So again, definitely high. Vortex. An hour ago on Ortex, it was showing 4.94 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It is now showing 5.23 million shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float is going to rise due to that increase in that number to 19.42%. Cost to borrow average is at 29.6%. It is definitely elevated from this last week. And shares on loan for the day-to-day is up 1.6 million shares. That is bringing our shares on loan amount to 183.9 million shares. I'm estimating about 515,000 of that is new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, it was showing 1.56 million shares having been borrowed for Ape. It's now 1.67 million. That's going to slightly raise short share interest of the free float to 7.51%. Cost per average at 6.48. Shares on loan decreased 900,000 shares day over day, and that was all in short interest. Shares on loan currently at 23.97 million. Options just for AMC1. Highest amount of options today was at a $7.50 strike price. There was 12.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. It is now 14.2 thousand contracts. And on a $7 strike price, an hour ago we had 11.6 thousand contracts. We now have 12.5. The total price of AMC and Ape together is at 10.06. And how much you want to bet they try to close this just slightly over 10? It's kind of what I was shooting for in my price prediction for the day today. It's currently 10.05. We did crawl down the top side of this descending broadening wedge, or what am I saying? Descending parallel channel. I don't know why I said wedge. It's not even close to a wedge. This descending parallel channel, we crawled right down the top side of this thing for most of the day, and then finally broke out here right towards the end at 1500 exactly. 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Right on the nose. Orders by Fidelity customers. The lowest of the three stocks that I look at, the lowest one on the list is Ape with 75% buys to 25% sales. That is amazing, guys. It's really, those are good numbers. GME's coming in a little bit lower down on the list here with 77% buys to 23% sales. Also a very good looking number. AMC did not make it on the list today, but we'll probably see it on the list tomorrow morning once they settle all the shares. So now we're going to see the SSR did trigger at $6.90. So AMC and Ape both triggered SSR. Ape triggered at 3.042 and AMC triggered at 690. Shares available to borrow, no change in the last couple hours. Fees were last seen at 21.9%, which is definitely high. It's getting higher. Market is showing signs of stress everywhere. NASDAQ is down 3.27. Dow Jones is down 1.76. S&P 500 is down 2.36. Market's still looking like a big pile of poo. 5,405 decliners to 1,514 advancers is not looking good. VIX is up 7.59%. VTI is down 2.4. IWD is down 1.92. Tesla down 6.66. Amazon is down 3.4. Cinemark down 0.4. Doge is down 0.89. Bitcoin down 0.2. GME is down 7.74. HYMC is down 6.47. Hood is down 3.35. NCMI is down 9.96. Ape is down 12.43. And AMC is down 7.72. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today, we have approximately $1.6 million more in inflow than outflow, with 20.07 million shares traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on to end this day here. Let's see what we got. What, 37 minutes left to go? We're on pace for 22.18 million shares traded by the end of the day for AMC. I suggested at market open that we would see somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.75, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.59, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.87, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately $1.4 million more on inflow than outflow. 11.95 million shares having been traded after 354 minutes of trading. We've got 13.16 million shares is what we're on pace for by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-mark somewhere between 5 and 25. And On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.89, which is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.88, signaling that it's oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.14, which is below average. Crash and stick, crash and stick. Let me grab the numbers for the day today so far and make sure I've got those entered into my Excel spreadsheet. Our new low for Ape is 2.89. That's going to be a 28.3% drop in price from $4.03, our last previous high I'm tracking from. And normally when we surpass that like 26, 27% range, normally our next turnaround point is going to be around that 35% to 40% range. Our last drop was 50%, so we may see some more downwards pressure coming here in our future. Taking a look at Ape, or AMC rather, that was Ape. Taking a look at AMC, our new low on this one was $6.90. Smack dab on SSR, wasn't it? I think it was. Yep, smack dab right on it. Because SSR doesn't mean anything. SSR doesn't do anything. We just land on it all the time. That doesn't mean anything at all. Let's see here. Let me check and see what that does to our numbers on... Okay, we had 681 already, so we haven't seen... That's not lower than our last low of $6.81. SSR will be on for tomorrow. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Y'all with the hot tub. So I went on Discord and I saw the hot tub and I was like, all right. Doesn't look all that great, but yeah, Arthur says SSR means they get exemptions. This is correct. Yuka Frida said, Casey, did you see the Seeking Alpha is saying conclusion profitability leads to short squeeze? I did not see that, but I mean, it does mean that though, right? And that's why a lot of us really want to see the debt reduced or not reduced really, but well, I mean, reduced is a start, but debt free would be perfect, as that would lead to the short thesis being gone. No short thesis at all. They came after, okay. Notice the VIX is still heading down here. Looks like it did break that line. What time was that at? 14:27. I was telling you guys once it broke, I think it was 33. When it broke 33, we would probably see. I think I said a different number. I think I might have said like 33.20. When it broke 33.20, we might see it like start heading the other direction. And it did. Once it started dropping below 33.20, it was almost a continuous fall. And then it did start heading back up a little bit and then continue to fall back down right at 1500 when we started seeing everything else start running up. These swings, these daily swings are going to start getting more valued at. I'm not sure what you mean by the question. How many times multiple of earnings would AMC be? I'm not sure of the question. How much? How many times over multiple of earnings? I'm not sure of the question. Dana, how's it going? Me and Casey go way back. I don't even know if that helps me though. Go way back. How many times have we not been? How long have we not been net positive? That's a great question. I'm actually not sure, but I'm sure it's before. I would imagine it's been at least before COVID. Nah, they didn't destroy us today. Not at all. So I posted out a couple tweets. I wanted to share this with you guys real quick. So the DRS conversation that we had on Monday. This is a really short video here, but I want you guys to see this because I really think this helps support the idea of what happened here.
Short sellers.
Let me just see if I can drag this over here.
Out to prove that small companies were indeed frequent targets of abusive naked short sellers. Simpson placed an
Hold on a second. Where is my volume? There we go.
order for $5,000 worth of stock in Global Links. That got Simpson ownership of all 1.1 million Global Link shares in the market. Not some of them, all of them.
There were no shares available to be borrowed, and yet in 2 days there were over 50 million shares traded. That's clearly something that needs work.
I was absolutely blown away when I bought 1,282,050 shares, which equated to 111% of the issued and outstanding. I just couldn't even fathom that. So it wasn't just crooked, it was Wild West times 10. The day all this started, trading in Global Links opened at 10 cents a share. Within a
Getting buffered.
99% in less than 2 hours.
Even though he had all of the shares in the float.
So long story short, that's the global links that I was referring to you guys about in regards to trying to see how he got this certified. Give me 1 second. I want to check something out. Yeah. 1 second. Just wanted to see, because on this document that he's showing right here, it says Oppenheimer and or Oppenheimer, sorry. Asset manager. I'm looking to see if they direct register or not. I don't think they do. It says a registered broker dealer and investment advisor. But he says that he did file with the SEC, though, that he had registered those shares with the SEC. So I'm not sure how that went down exactly. But in regards to the presentation that I gave you guys on Monday, it's been done before. Somebody's already done that before, where they purchased the whole float and it still traded over a 2-day span. He bought 1 million shares, a little over 1 million shares, and it got him every single share of the company. Actually, I think it showed how many shares it was. Does it show? Actually, it doesn't show on here, but I read to you guys the other day how much it was. It was a little over 1 million shares. And over the next 2 days, 50 plus million shares were traded. So it doesn't help to do anything in regards to registering all of your shares as being owned by you, by retail. Yeah, Yo's saying he's showing. So I have right here in my possession, right here. I can show you guys. Let me see. It's probably difficult to see with the small camera, but I've got my computer share document right here that shows the shares that I purchased, and it looks very, very similar to what it is that he's showing in his. It's let me just turn on my camera so you guys can see here. I don't know if you can see this or not, but this is my. Let me just make sure I'm not giving away vital information here before I do this. I don't think there's anything on here. Yeah, I'm good. So this is my computer share document showing that I had registered or I had purchased a share through them of AMC Entertainment Holdings, and they gave me a partial ownership of a single share because they made the trade below or over the price that I put in the account, because they waited a really long time to make the price, or to have the when I originally had purchased or placed the order, they waited until like 11 o'clock in the morning. They had told me the night before that the funds were available and ready to go. I placed the order first thing in the morning the next day, and they waited until 11 a.m. to place the order after market had opened. And by that time, the price had risen above the amount of money that I had deposited, so they only gave me ownership of a partial share. So the order didn't go through for several hours after I had placed the order. But I did that with everybody online, and I was trying to show everybody a long time ago, but you know, it is what it is. That's a good question, Point Break Thor. I'm not positive on that one. I've never ran into that before because quite frankly, I've never tried to purchase directly through IEX for a stock that's under $3 before. So I don't know the answer to that, and I'll have to look into it. But I would suggest that you contact your broker, which I would imagine is probably Fidelity, if not Fidelity, somebody else, or whoever it may be. Contact them and find out from them. Your broker's going to be able to tell you way better than I can. Yucca Frida says, Casey, is that Reg in your person? It is in my name. Supposedly it's in my name. But anybody who trades enough to know knows that you can't possibly own a partial share in your name. It is impossible. Tony says IEX has been having liquidity issues on Ape. Remember, IEX is a small exchange and mostly retail, and probably no one's selling it at the price you want. Yep. Hopefully we can get to some kind of block trading system in the future, yo, so that we don't have those kind of issues anymore. Sorry, Point Break. Yeah, thanks for the information there, Tony. Tony's on top of it today. I know I've heard a lot of people expressing that they've had problems with buying through IEX lately, so that would explain why a lot of people are perhaps having those problems. Yeah, that's the same thing I've been hearing too, Tony. Exactly the same thing. They place their orders and they keep getting canceled. Total price of AMC and Ape right now at this time is currently at $10.07. Yeah, well, Tony, that means you're buying more than 100 shares at a time then, isn't it? Because I'm pretty sure that if you route through NYSE, which is and I've got my paper here somewhere. Hold on a second. Pretty sure. Where's my paper at? Not always 100 per order. I've had problem. So let's see. I did. So when you say that you're directing to the NYSE, is that XNYS, correct? I would assume. Because every time that I've ever tried to direct a trade through XNYS, it's always told me that it had to be 100 or more. I've never been able to do. Yeah, XYN, that's really strange. I've never been able to get them to do an order for less than 100. That's really strange. Oh, let me ask you this question. Was that through your margin account or was that through because I know you recently changed it out of a margin. If it was through margin, that may be the difference. If it's through margin, you might be able to do orders for less through margin account on what is it? XY and XNYS. Yeah, so if you're doing through margin, then that's probably the reason why. I don't have a margin account. So I won't be able to. So if I'm using a cash account, there's no way that they'll let me do less than 100 shares. But margin, there might be different. There might be less restrictions on a margin account. That would make sense. I'm not suggesting that you're buying on margin, John. I'm just saying that due to the type or the nature of the account that you have set up, may have more or less restrictions applied to the type of account that you have. I'm not insinuating that he's buying on margin at all. Congratulations on the 100 shares. But I've routinely had that happen to me though before, Tony, where when I direct to XNYS, the orders are canceled when I put in, or actually I don't even know if it accepts it. I'm trying to remember. I wouldn't be able to test it out right now, but I want to say that it doesn't even let you. It doesn't even let you place it. It doesn't let me place it at all. I think it comes up with an error saying that only orders of 100 or more. Tony being the guinea pig. That's cool, man. Thanks, Tony. Cuddy Cut says, howdy, does triggering SSR help? Aside from not allowing to short the price goes down, the price as it goes down, what I mean is past few times doesn't seem to have been that helpful. I would never say, Cuddy Cut, that SSR is there to be helpful in reduction of how far price can drop to. But what I would say is that it's definitely helpful I think to market makers in the fact that they're given it gives them the ability to be able to create short exempt volume and legally, and so that's part of the problem is that it's really not helpful, not in regards to what it for us. Day traders are bailing. Will they F the hedgies? I doubt. I doubt that most day traders are trading through a hedge fund. So, in regards to, I doubt day traders are bailing in a market like this. They can really, because you're going to see a lot of, so how does a day trader make money, right? The idea behind day trading is you want to get in and out of a position within a very short period of time. Hence the reason it's probably called day trading is you're creating and exiting positions within a day or more, slightly within a day or so period of time. Like they probably don't even want to be in a position for more than a couple days, unless it's just incredibly sweet. So the idea there is that they need to be extremely liquid. I don't think that they're in a market like this where you're starting to get a lot of volatility. I don't think day traders would be exiting a position like this. In fact, they'd be kind of feasting on this because they're just loving it. I mean, you have so much volatility in a single day that they're finding positions that they can jump around and into so quickly that they're probably making a ton of money on this. And I would say that overall, that probably I feel like that would help hedge funds, if they were able to create positions in on the backside of their of the volatility after it's gone up, but they've got to have a lot of extra cash just sitting around to be able to create those kind of positions right now, and I think a lot of them are struggling for that. Tank Dog says, Casey, how low do you think they will be able to push Ape down? Well, like I was saying the other day, Tank Dog, if they get it down to $1, it only costs each single investor in AMC $125 to buy the whole float. That's all it would cost each single investor. So I don't really care how low they want to push it. They can push it as low as they want to, because the further down it gets, the more problems they're going to be running into. Is Casey frozen? No, I'm not frozen. Oh no, I think we're buying it, Nikki. It didn't have a whole lot of, I mean, the orders are saying that we're buying the crap out of it right now. Like I was pulling it up earlier, and on Ape, it shows 75% buys to 25% sales. So from what I'm looking at here, I feel like people are definitely buying it up. Yeah, I think Yo says we bought the F out of that dip, and I think so. I would agree. And not only that, but it wasn't just us either. It was also GME. I'm looking at GME's numbers over here. AMC had low orders, so we didn't make the top 30 list, so I can't see the numbers. But GME had 77% buys to 22% sales. So GME had a really strong day on buy orders as well. And it's just going to be that much more difficult. Paul says, do you think an institution would buy at that price just for voting rights? I can't imagine. I mean, we've got over 1 billion shares. We got like 1.3 billion shares in voting rights that are out there. So the idea that an institution would buy, I mean, they could, but I mean, it would be, I don't even know why they would. I think I know what you mean in regards to like maybe buying now and holding on to it for later for the possibility of maybe like a company takeover or something like that. But I don't know, man. Dan says, I feel so alive right now. Is this not what we've been training for the last 2 years? I've always known that true crash would be the catalyst. I mean, I felt like that had to be the case. We're not going to get our money otherwise. You know, the money has to come from someplace. You can't print money out of thin air. And so the only logical explanation for how you could pay, the only way you could pay out AMC holders and um, a lot of other retail investors and other meme stocks, because if they do margin calls, they're going to do margin calls across the board. So the only way that all of us get paid out is through a market crash, like because the money has to come from somewhere, and that means that institutions will have to pull out their long positions and start cashing those out, and that's the money that we're going to be making. So it just seems like the most obvious thing that has to happen. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to give a little bit of a disclaimer today, a little bit in advance here. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware for anybody who has kids that are listening. Today's song has explicit language, so just throwing that out there. This is in honor of Coolio since he passed away today. I don't recall. Let me just check and see. I forget what his age was. I think it was like 50 something. Let's see. He actually died yesterday, so it must have been, according to what I'm looking at, it says yesterday. 1963. "59 years old." Oh, I could have just looked at all of these articles and they all had him in there. 59, 59, 59. So anyways, 59 years old. You guys are even putting it in here, and I didn't see it because I was looking at the other page trying to find it. Yeah, 59 years old. Just throwing it out there, though, for those of you guys who do have kids that are listening, just want you guys to be aware. You're going to hear a little bit of Coolio today. I did, Maggie. I can't do the math in my head right now. If you even understood what it's like to sit here and stream for 9 hours, what your brain is like after 9 hours, yes, I absolutely needed a calculator for that. On any normal day, I would just easily do the math on it. It would have been really simple, right? Not today. No, 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 no. Not at the end of a day like this. I promise you that my mind is basically spaghetti at the end of this day. At the end of every single day of streaming for 9 hours. There are times where I walk off the stream and I go straight to bed and just crash because I can't even. There's nothing else I can do other than just going straight to crashing. Like, it's not easy sitting here talking for 9 hours. It's just not. Jeff says, "Casey, I used to be in the radio broadcasting in the 1990s. I know exactly what you mean." It is crazy. To be honest with you, Jeff, I never would have thought in a million years that this would be difficult. I just didn't. That's why I did it. I was like, you just stream for 9 hours. No big deal, right? It's easy. Well, guess what? Not the truth. It is way harder than you would think. But it is that time of the day, unfortunately. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest, because tomorrow is our last day of trading of this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Go walk a pet, or go see a movie, because after all, that is what you're here to support. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lined in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my tin in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour, everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in the kitchen. But I don't know what's cooking. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck, fool.